What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
This is the beginning of something special, something different. The games may change, but competition and skill do not. Students coming together to represent Fresno State with support and leadership. Fresno State students will discover and develop their potential. From all walks of life, esports players are passionate, driven, dedicated, and bold. They'll train, learn, and grow together, striving to be the best gamers and future leaders in our community and world.
Rise up. Esports has come to Fresno State, and it starts now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC here for some Overwatch semifinals, and we've got a great matchup here for you guys. We've got Fresno State versus Concordia University, Wisconsin, the CUW squad. My name is Infernose, joined here by the wonderful and a little bit space-bound Nuclear here. How you doing tonight?
Well, I'm up in the stars, and just like the stars up here, I'm looking at the stars we got in front of us, including Fresno State Blue and Concordia University, Wisconsin. It's a joyous occasion to be here today, Infernosis, and I'm really excited that we will be casting these matches in the Navigators division tonight. Looking at the matches that we got ahead of us, I'm excited to see what each of the teams are going to bring. Tell me, what are your predictions?
Okay, so I know for a fact Concordia University, Wisconsin actually kind of struggles when it comes to Busan specifically, and I believe that is the map we're starting on. They just couldn't out-brawl. They were failing to connect with enough potential when it came to it. So maybe just taking the L on map 1. I mean, obviously fight it out till the end, but I mean, it's difficult for them to take control, but they thrashed on the other maps. Of course, when you head over to Hybrid, the go-to map's going to be Scrim Row. And they narrowly took the victory there, and ultimately they managed to pull a sweep and reverse it back. But I think that Fresno State's a team that is number 1 for a reason. They have only lost 1 game to Carroll, right, in week 9. I mean, they look hot, and they look hot for a very good reason. Last time we saw Concordia, Wisconsin face off against them, it was a 2-1 victory. So we did see CUW manage to take a map. We did see them manage to do that in a best-of-3 system. So we could see that happen again. Maybe they'll pick a better map for themselves. Maybe the maps in the pool and the actual objectives in the pool are going to be a little bit more favored for their side. But time will have to tell. And I think the biggest difference is going to be whether or not those supporting back lines can keep up with the damage that's going to be dealt out tonight.
Oh, 100%. And I would have to agree with you, Infernosis. I'm looking at the notes now, and it looks like CUW has had a rough start to the season. However, in the last 4 or 5 weeks, they've won a majority of their games pretty confidently too. If you look back in week 6, they actually won against Carroll University 3-0. And like you mentioned, Fresno State Blue lost last week to Carroll 1-2. So looking at it in that vein, looking at the progression from the beginning of the season to now, CUW's coming off of a couple of wins, and their mental's got to be up because of it. Fresno being the number 1 seed and Concordia being the being the number 4 seed going into the Navigators division finals. I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table. And as you said as well, Infernosis, only time will tell. But it looks like we're getting into Busan as we speak.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the action. Of course, you're going to have to worry about train, maybe some environmental kills. Also going to have to worry about, what these teams are going to bring to the table when it comes to maybe an off-position damage. So obviously we've seen Widowmakers, we've seen Ashes, maybe take a high ground, take a large amount of damage elsewhere. I love to see Hanzo's come through. We actually will see one come through as well. So take an eye out, look for it, be watchful for it, but we also do see KCV bringing an Ash to the table. So both sides rocking double bubble. They're not going to go for a brawl this time around. They're going to see, which monkey can outlast the other one, and it's going to be a tough battle. It may come down to who can get Primal Rage off first.
Full-time monkey business going into this map. 1 second on the clock. We're heading straight in, and I think double bubble is the name of the game, and double bubble trouble as they're going to get into the map. It's going to be insane watching, the flux of both Winstons jumping around. It's really going to be a big determiner on who's able to get a pick in the backline first. Zarya is going to pop her bubble first, so Rick Dazzle is going to get purpled as well as they're looking to fight point here in the very beginning.
Yeah, getting Anti not in a good position, taking a lot of damage in the process, but thankfully Mkola's wall will separate them just shortly, and Mkola will find the kill as well under Cherry. Now you've got yourself a one-man advantage. You got Fresno State's Flower looking for an opportunity to go, but it's not going to matter. Mkola finds 2 onto Night Knight, saying Night Knight to you, and Pectus cleans up onto Backpack. KCV knows they're going to die, and sure enough, they will go quite quickly after with some tactical crouching to see there right at the end, but a very phenomenal objective fight win for our Concordia University Wisconsin side.
Is this going to be a tense set? Is that what I'm seeing? Cola out the gate just swinging and showing, they don't care. They're going to show and boast if they're going to take the point. And as they should, Concordia University should be very proud of that first take. They got a lot from it, and now they're defending Oh, we're seeing a sort of sniper battle as Flower Ghost is now going to jump on Jomaru. We're seeing a massive anti come out on Rick Dazzle and Duckinator. Bob's going to get pulled and Night Knight is going to get frozen. What is going to come of this, Kate? Well, KCV is going to be able to take point with Bob, and it looks like they are going to be able to push the advantage from there.
Massive quad kill for KCV right there. Just CUW just got caught off guard. They weren't aware of Bob taking their rear and absolutely paid the price for it. You can't ignore the giant robot, much like you can't ignore Zenyatta's. If you've got a Discord orb on top of you, then, you know, maybe target their healer first. You can't ignore Bob. Deals too much damage, soaks up too much damage, and is just a force to be reckoned with, and they pay the price accordingly. But now CUW looking to maybe take a backwards route. They're not going to take the aggressive route up first. They'll take the high ground. Now trying to take out Sherry as Rick Dazzle goes for the dive. But Flower wins the fight first, taking out Jomaro, and Pectus takes out Vex. But they're going to continue the spree, taking Night Knight as well. Primal Rage comes out from Flower Ghost. They're looking to maybe deal some damage out as well, but it does get taken. The objective now back in CUW's favor, but I don't think it's going to last much longer.
After watching Rick Dazzle and Flower Ghost both ult too, it shows the strength that you can get in this. Oh my gosh, yep. Oh, well, that's enough of the colors. We see a Grab Dragon come out, and it looks like CUW is going to take the point back. However, what I was saying is you can really see the potential of Winston's power on this map. If you hit Primal Range, you know you have the entire back of the point completely open. You're going to smack people off, and it's going to get a lot of environmental kills, as you stated when we got into the map. CUW now looking to push the advantage, retaking again at 75%. Nothing to scoff at, and Fresno State's better strapping, because it's going to be a long one.
Yeah, when you've got Fresno who's got only one ultimate currently in their pockets, it is a DPS 1 in comparison to CUW's Dunkinator. She has the ability to drop the beat and increase the overall health of their side, but is it enough to outlive it? I don't think it will be, but she'll find a kill, finding Night Knight, and they'll be frozen out as well as Imcola assists the kill as Artemis cleans up onto Flower Ghost, but there's the High Noon finding Pectus. It's trade for trade, the 2 for 2. Imcola caught off guard on sight as the Resurrection will come back from Backpack, carrying their side like a Backpack should do. Flower Ghost brought back into the fight, and KCV on this switch to the Pharah has managed to find actual success with it as well. Barrage is ready to be dropped, and it's looking like Fresno State will manage to bring back this objective.
Man, Jomaro is going to have to start showing some value on the Hanzo against the Pharah, because KCV is going unattended and just was an entire hurricane through the backline of Concordia, Wisconsin. They got to look to get something from here, right? They have to just cap one more time, and that's going to be the first point. As we're seeing it now too, Jomaro's getting some shots off on KCV. It's not going to be enough yet, though, because he is getting pocketed from the Mercy. So if that Mercy stays on him, it could be all that she wrote for Concordia University, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Vex dropping the nano boost onto Flower to take out Duckinator sets them up once again for another advantageous fight, but Flower took a lot of damage and was forced to drop out the Primal Rage, but that's going to be a lot of ultimates. But now you've got the Wombo combo. You can drop the grab out here as Night Knight has that charge and Barrage into it. I don't think there's much they can do. You'll have to pray that they're low enough that maybe Imcola can drop the wall and maybe force KCV to kill themselves off with it, but it's going to be dangerous. Grab does come out. It's going to be very fruitful, but here comes the Barrage. It's going to finish off one, assisting to a few more, and Fresno looking like they're already going to win this fight, but a Blizzard on objective will make it difficult. There goes Jomaro with the ult, but it's not going to be enough, only finding Cherry, and Fresno State just managing to surmount the comeback and take round 1.
Wow, and what a round indeed. KCV really clutching out the end of that round with Night Knight's grab. He was able to wait out the Barrage and bait out Artemis's her lamp. The lamp came up from Artemis's Baptiste. Once the lamp went down, they were still grouped up from the grab. KCV said, we're going to ignite and drop the Barrage, and that really helped them secure point. Took a lot of damage from there. So going into the second round, as my ears are bursting out, I am excited to see what we have. As we're seeing a switch over to Reaper from, who is that? That is from KCV. He's going to switch over to Reaper on this point.
Yeah, hopefully the switch will be, effective, but Cherry also switching over to a Mei, so we're going to see that being switched off. Drummer is going to stick with Hanzo, and Mkola is getting off Mei and switch to Junkrat. I actually think this is a good choice, because we know that Reinhardt's really brought to the table and already finding effect. KCV taking Rick Dazzle, but Flower now fragged out as well. It seems to be a tank for tank deficit now, but you do still have your off tank of Night Knight if you are Fresno State, which allows you to have the advantage in this firefight.
Wow, for sure, KCV popping off, taking off 3 of his own. Cherry's not one to scoff at either. Was able to pin off Pectus at the very beginning of that fight and said, no, I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime, and smacked him around. Really put CUW on the off foot at the beginning of that fight and caused Fresno to get to the beginning of that point, as they are going to get walled off, looking to push in here. Fresno looking to push their advantage as 9-9 picks 2.
A great start. You're going to see the assistance coming through. Flower has the shatter to drop if necessary, but it does not seem to be necessary at this point in time. Just the last few dregs of this CUW side just needing to be cleaned up and picked off, and that's exactly what's going to happen. KCV is unstoppable at this point in time. Every fight we've seen has just been KCV and Night Knight. You take a look at that top left corner, KCV and Night Knight, exactly the same level of ult charge. That is phenomenal. Night Knight has done a great job of keeping that ultimate economy going so heavily in their favor, and that's going to be a great combination if they choose to bring out a Blizzard with the grab, because that's coming up. They choose to want to drop a, Baptiste window down, drop the garage door to increase that damage and have some assistance. But it comes in, Cola is going to drop the Riptire out. It's buying its time ever so slowly. It's going to come through as dodging an Immortality field, trying to find a connection, and it manages to find 2, but a shatter on point makes it a little bit more difficult, but Rick Dazzle charges and finds 1. Artemis cleans up her own into Night Knights, and they'll find a second on top as well. That Baptiste window just does so much damage and boosting. There's really nothing Fresno State could do when their 2 DPS were caught off dodging a Riptire.
100%. They were caught off dodging the Riptire, but the rest of Concordia University was on point, and they were ready and rearing to go, and that's how they got the cap. They avoided it, they waited it out, and they fought on point. We're seeing the grab come out now from Pectus. We're gonna see some swings. Flower of Ghost is going to take out Duckinator. I'm going to see a massive shatter come out from Flower. Cola going to come back and pop off, though, with Jomaro and turn the tides of the fight in the favor of CUW. They are defending the point.
Just a massive amount of area of attack damage, while Joma really only has the ability to hit 1 target at a time. Mkola can hit everybody grouped up. Rick Dazzle can swing into everybody grouped up. And while Rick, who was able to charge in and catch Flower away from the site, there was no way to defend against it. Dragons does come out. Jomaro narrowly avoiding death, but does get shot down by Flower. And a freeze goes off from Cherry as they drop the Blizzard on site. Fresno just taking everything as Blue in the feed rains down, and they've secured right back this objective.
Cherry on Satan is the most terrifying thing I've seen of this entire set. And by Satan, I mean Mei. Everyone knows that, right? Of course. So, seeing Cherry on this Mei has been the cherry on top for Fresno State and everything that they've really needed, because as soon as CUW goes to push point, Cherry's adding value by walling people off, getting the freezes off, and creating those picks that they need to see. The wall's going to come up. They're going to try to push through, but it's going to guard the team in half. We're going to see the Earth Shatter come out, take a few, nothing yet. KCV coming in with the massive ult, gonna take out 4 of his own, and that seems to be all she wrote for point.
Yeah, I mean, that's unstoppable. Vex just taking the last kill, securing that one off. Could have been what we call an ace, the full team wipe individually for, K, but, oh man, KCV looking so hot. We knew it at the beginning. That switch to Reaper found immediate impact into Rick. There was nothing they could do to face off against it. This is going to be that, the Dragon Strike that saved the round 1 for their side and was able to find a lot of impact coordinated with that grab, which really just let CUW retake it. But KCV, man of the hour for the entire round 2. There was nothing CUW could do to deny it. They found no answers, and they paid the price accordingly.
Yeah, it's like you said before we went into the set, Infernosis, this set is going to be determined by Concordia University, Wisconsin's support line. And if it's going to be enough against the damage that's coming out from Fresno State, not to say, we're seeing Jomaro do damage. We're seeing him come out and really show up. but it's not as much as we're seeing from KCV and really Flower as well as Cherry. Those three are on the front line doing everything we can. We saw Shatters come out left and right. KCV was adding value on every hero he switched to. We saw the Barrage on map 1, and then we saw the Beyblade on map 2, right? The Reaper added a ton of value. So Concordia University, Wisconsin, I'm going to be interested to see if they look to switch up their comp a little bit to play around those supports so they don't get picked as much.
Yeah, we do know the next objective for the map is going to be that hybrid map choice, right? And FSU, they're going to have the opportunity. They'll ban out Hollywood. They don't want to fight Hollywood. I don't honestly blame that. I don't think banning Hollywood's a bad decision, but that's going to leave, Kings Row, and it's going to leave Blizzard World, which is what CUW is going to pick up. So we're going to be heading to the tried and true theme park that is Blizzard World. This first point, actually, I think is one of the easier first points for a team to attack when it comes to hybrid. I genuinely think that this is one of those ones that's just slightly easier, but it's the streets phase, and it's especially the last phase, that third stage on payload, that's just so difficult for any team to try and take full control. There's pitfalls, there's so many corners to deal with. That quick respawn that just has a direct sightline onto the point for that last few meters. I mean, it's going to be something to keep in mind with if you're defending, and currently from the looks of it, I think the team that is going to be starting off on defense is going to be Fresno State. So they're going to have to deal with that and deal with, I guess, what they left unbanned. But I'm not sure if CUW has... I've never had the pleasure of casting them on Blizzard World. I've only seen them on Kings Row, and it was super neck and neck that entire game. I'm interested to see how Fresno State will react here on this map.
Likewise, and truthfully looking at it, I think Fresno State might have some issues, especially with the picks that we're seeing from CUW's offensive line, right? We're seeing a lot from their DPS and creating those picks early. When you're on a point control map, right, you're able to just come back and have 4 people on point that are able to hold it if they have ultimates. Now, when you move over to this hybrid style, that's a lot more difficult, because even if you get a couple picks, that's a long walk back home, right? So as they're looking to take point here, it's like you said, Infernosis, this first map can be very easy to take. When you get on that first point, you have so many options to come onto the map and really take that point from high ground, left side, right side. It's very open. So I don't think that they'll find very much of an issue taking that and pushing it up. Now, looking at that second point, going on to third point, completely agree. It's going to be more difficult as they go and progress through the map. Excited to see what we're going to see as we're looking at Ryan Zarya coming out from Concordia University, Wisconsin, and from Fresno State. It looks like they're looking to run Ball Sigma. Not sure if that's the exact comp they're actually going to be running, but that's what we got on the screen so far.
I think Sigma is such a slept-on choice when it comes to Overwatch these days with the meta the way it is. Sigmas can just entirely change the pace, and if CUW is not prepared to face off against this Sigma sitting up by Duskwood in the high ground, then they're going to pay the price. But you'll ultimately have to see, as the attacking side begins to step their way out of this tavern, whether or not they truly have what it takes. You're going to see that, Sonic Arrow go out, maybe try and spot some players off, maybe see what's going to happen, but damage boosting from this Mercy of Duckinator, hopefully that'll give you enough assistance, but these Sigma bombs this high ground potential with a lot of aerial damage because they brought both Pharah and Echo out. I mean, there's just, you gotta have more hit scan, and I'm not sure Jumaro on Hanzo is going to be enough.
I agree. They may even look at running, I don't know, a May, but, Asher, Widowmaker would be the obvious choice here with having 3 in the air as they do. An interesting choice on having the Ball as well. You can have Ball go in the back line and really be adaptive in how he plays. We're seeing a lot of just a lot of mixture of play coming out from Fresno and how they're able to tackle this point, or defend this point, sorry, and how they're able to move around.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to switch up their lineup anytime soon, but it seems to be working. KCB finds Inco with a hit against the opposing side, but Artemis will find one as well, taking Flower out of the count. She finds success in Duckinator. She'll revive Inco as well, making sure their hit scan can still assist where necessary, but this damage boosted and Bar Mercy combo that we're seeing from Fresno is devastating. Jomaro does find a Sonic, run out like a storm into Bacon Strip, removing them, and Pectus cleans up KCB, so there goes your aerial view, and there goes any chance of defending that point. It didn't look advantageous for them like we were talking about because they seem to be countered, but that point's just so easy to take. if you can just snowball yourself with 1 or 2 kills, and we saw just that happen.
Snowball indeed too, as now we're seeing CUW has 3 ults online, and they're very close to 4 with Cola's High Noon. However, if you look over on Fresno State side, they only have 2 ults up, kind of close with Cherry's ultimate, which is going to be scary, by the way. Having Cherry on the Echo, I think is a really interesting choice, and one that could be very beneficial for Fresno State Blue.
Absolutely. I think the biggest question is going to be whether or not this barrage finds more than just one. It does find Hectus and puts him in a little bit of a bad position, but Jomer immediately refracts by Cherry. But KCB is just finding such a cluster, connecting to Imcola once again, and the revive just came through from Duckinator onto Hectus. And they can strip revives Cherry as well, so you're now back to that 1-player disadvantage, forced to take a step back, and CUW may have to rethink how they want to attack this.
They're gonna have to, because as we're now seeing on the second point, something I hadn't even considered when we got in game is when you get into Blizzard World, there are a lot of aerial obstacles to go around, and they have a lot of buildings that they can use line of sight around. So Fresno State kind of having the big brain option for all of these very mobile heroes on their team. We're gonna see a hammer down come down. It's gonna pick one. Flower of Ghost is gonna fall to Vectus, and Rick Dazzle showing him the old razzle dazzle on point, swinging and not stopping.
Yeah, but this farmer's combo's devastating. Here comes the barrage, mixed with everything. The High Noon comes through with the Dragon Strike as well. That grab surge from Pectus found so much success. This sets up CUW in a position to continue to swing this objective forward. I'm not sure if Fresno can make the return in time, but they're going to be able to contest right outside their spawn this brawl to make a little bit more success. Flower may have the space to reconnect, and in fact they will as they slam down to the back line. But when you've got Imcola, Pectus, and Jomuro just connecting with so many kills, brawling out in their own spawn, Fresno just has to take this L and play for this last section.
We're seeing Artemis on the Baptiste as well. That could add a... Whoa! Artemis said, no, night, time to go to sleep, and he stopped that immediately. There was nothing coming out of that grab.
Absolutely.
Flux.
Yeah, there's nothing needed at that point in time. Now the grab will come through as Night switches to Zarya. It seemed to be just using the ultimate so that they can make the switch sooner. Not a bad decision, but ultimately it just gives more charge for those players. And they're already going to make the aggressive stance forward. Jomuro Timby connects, the charge goes all the way through to escape Rick. Trying to take a step back, maybe try to take another stance forward, but pinned now, but saved as they do find the kill. Artemis finds 2 on top. So much success as they're going to try and continue this reign forward. She has been phenomenal right now in managing to keep their team alive and dish out that astronomical damage.
I'm glad that we're seeing Fresno State Blue switch as well as soon as they hit that second point, because Artemis decided out of nowhere that, you know, CUW needed a 3rd DPS, and she was happy to fill that role. Pectus now on point, stopping it, and that is not going to be a touch. 3 minutes and 13 seconds on the shot clock, and it is not looking good for Fresno State Blue. They really were just caught on the back foot that entire defense. Every time they came back, they got shot out of the sky, and well, they were not able to defend very effectively as CUW just pushed their advantage the entire time.
So here's my question, Brian, bring up to you here. Do you think it's a snowball problem, or do you think that just CUW outplayed them at every level?
I think it was a snowball problem. I don't know if they outplayed them at every level, because we saw Fresno State so dominant on that first map, right? I think it went into their picks and how they played around the comp. It was a decent comp, but I wouldn't exactly say it was the meta that they're looking for. But it looks like Fresno State is wanting me to eat my words, as they're going to go back and try the comp again, this time on offense, as we are going to see CUW on defense. Basically a mirror comp of what they had last time. We're going to see Cola back on the McCree. Jomuro showing no signs of switching off that Hanzo, and for good reason. At the end of last round, he was doing a lot of damage, a lot of headshots, and adding that value that CUW needed to push their advantage that we saw. So it could have been outplayed at every level, but I disagree. What are your thoughts? What do you think? Do you think they got outplayed at every level?
Absolutely a snowball problem. I think like, once the damage came through, once Jomuro and Imcola were able to connect with enough kills, obviously with the support of Artemis, who just found so many herself, but Once they were able to find that, then Fresno was kind of put in a position where they were forced back on their respawns and then would get punished brutally off that site. So it became a problem, and it's that penultimate snowball problem that you see in basically every single matchup. And Fresno just wasn't able to reset their spawns, wasn't able to continue to brawl out the way that they wanted to, and CW punished them accordingly. But the fight already going off, KCB back on the far, looking to put a lot of damage downstream, maybe for some assistance, but Fresno has Flower on a Roadhog, looking to maybe catch a couple players off guard, but the first one to get a pick is going to be the Echo player Cherry under Jomero, so a massive DPS player out to the couch, forcing Duckinator to use her respawn to bring him back. Brings it back to an even fight, but now Bacon Strip can bring back their own teammate, and KCB's continuing a rampaging fight, fending off Artemis. 3 kills go out as Joer and Imcola find their own. Vex finds Pectus, and it's just back and forth, but I think CUW might have saved it.
I don't know, with having Pectus down, Pectus has saved Cola in a lot of situations from this aerial barrage. However, Jomero is going to be able to find Flower. Rick Dazzle finding 2 of their own. That is going to be point for CUW. They are going to defend it, which is an exact flip-flop of what we saw from Fresno. Fresno was not able to hold that point off the first push. Concordia got the advantage very early, and like we were talking about, they snowballed the entire time. So now that we're looking at their second push here, Fresno State needs to come back, and I think you were right in your prediction, Infernosis. I gotta tell you, CUW looking very, very powerful on this hybrid.
Absolutely. They've shown great success constantly. It's always nice to see them do it again, but it's going to be a little bit disadvantageous if Imcola gets caught off guard, and that's exactly what happens. The hook comes through from Flower, finishing Imcola off and gets rid of the high noon. We see Cherry go in with the duplication, now stepping up and turning into a Zarya to assist. But Flower's continuing a rampage. Here comes Whole Hog, finding one, turning to find more, trapping them inside of their own hay bales. And they'll continue that rampage onward. You'll see Duckinator bring out a respawn. It just seems to be buying time, but with this front line still available for Concordia with Wisconsin University, they don't have a great way to, kill those off. It's still somehow being contested despite staying at such a disadvantage.
Wow, and I'm floored right now. We saw the Flower bloom, we saw the ult come out, and it wasn't enough for Flower of Ghost. CUW is going to be able to defend this point. What a massive comeback, and I really think led by the ultimates that came out from Cola and Jomero, splitting the point and pushing Fresno back into the entrance of the point. Now shaking in their boots, quite literally. Fresno has 1 minute left and not much time to push this. We are going to see KCB switch over to the Reaper, which we did see was a massive threat in the first round. So is it going to be enough? That's the big question.
I'm not sure. There's going to be no ultimates ready for this Fresno side. But Rick finds success with a Shatter, dealing so much damage. It'll be saved initially by the Immortality Field, but then immediately felled as Night takes a slumber away. KCB does find one, but it's seemingly short-lived as Duckinator will respawn it back. And they'll continue the rampage going forward. Jomero and Rick Dazzle connecting. A fire strike and a couple arrows to the head. Nothing they can do about it as Imcola just rat-a-tat-tats their way to another successful team fight. This is not boding well. Maybe you get Garage Door Vex ready. Cherry was close to it as well, but they're switching off, now going to a Hanzo. And you're about to have almost every single ult for CUW available. This is another fight that just does not bode well.
We're ignoring, too, the massive flex coming out from Pectus. The pectorals just getting flexed massively. Vexarath now has ult. Maybe looking to pop the window here. We are going to see it. Comboed with the Reaper could do a lot of damage. Wow, we're going to see it pick Artemis. Cherry's going to come through, coming clutch for CUW, and this may be all she wrote for Fresno State. Will it be? Pectus is going to take out Vexarath, and we're seeing a KCB scared on the edge of point. KCB's gonna get picked by Jomero, and that may be it.
Yeah, unfortunately for Fresno, it does look to be it. CUW is going to take that in a phenomenal fashion. Like I stated, I wasn't too shocked to see them losing control because they're just the type of team that I've seen time and time again that kind of struggles when it comes to control, but they're not struggling at all when it comes to defending that control point on a hybrid map. Maybe it's the longer respawn, maybe it's just they feel comfortable in a wider brawling section. No matter what it is, they look spectacular. And with a player like Imcola who's able to connect so many shots like that on a hero that so many people still think is really broken right now in the meta, it's difficult to contest that whatsoever, and the scoreboard's going to show it. The match result's going to show it, and we're tied 1-1 going into map 3.
Wow, and what a massive win for CUW. When you're in these best of threes, you can't allow the advantage to get pushed, right? And they were huge in defending that. I do want to point out, I'm pretty sure what we're seeing here is Fresno State Blue is doing a great job of playing all of their roles, and that's how they were able to do the control point so well. However, Concordia, Wisconsin is doing a lot better of being able to play around each other, using each other's advantage. And if they have three, they're going to make it work with the three. And we're going to make it work as soon as we come back from this very short ad break. We'll be right back.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
This is the beginning of something special, something different. The games may change, but competition and skill do not. Students coming together to represent Fresno State with support and leadership. Fresno State students will discover and develop their potential. From all walks of life, esports players are passionate, driven, dedicated, and bold. They'll train, learn, and grow together, striving to be the best gamers and future leaders in our community and world.
Rise up. Esports has come to Fresno State, and it starts now.
we're back. Welcome back to the semifinals for the Navigators division here at the NECC Overwatch. I am Nuclear, and I'm joined here today by Infernosis, and we just finished the first two maps. Infernosis, what's going on in map 3?
Well, I believe we're actually heading on over to Hanamura in our assault map of choice. So, interesting to say the least. I'm really looking forward to whether or not, these teams can, full defend first point. Because obviously we just saw CUW full defend first point on Blizzard World. So, we've got that going for us, but are they capable of doing that on an assault map and a 2CP map, the most dreaded mode in all of Overwatch? It's up in the air, but I don't think it's really going to matter. It's going to come down to, can they defend that second point, and can they hold that high ground to give themselves the more advantageous position?
That may be what it comes down to, and I feel like the pressure is going to be a little bit heavier going into the second map. When you have a hybrid, you take the first point, sure, that's almost expected. And I gotta say, I was very surprised to see CUW hold down the fort on defense in the previous map in Blizzard World. Looking at this 2CP, if CUW is able to hold up to the pressure of defending both points, I really think they're able to take this set. It's very much looking like it's tipping in their favor right now as we're going into this third map. Fresno State, however, if they're able to tackle this point together, it's like I said right before we went to the ad break, they're playing their roles much stronger, in my opinion, than CUW is. However, CUW is playing adaptively off of each other much stronger. We got a tank, we got a healer, we got a DPS, we're fine. Don't worry about us, we're gonna hold point, right? And it's a story that I've not actually seen written. I've only heard of the tales. So I'm very excited to see CUW and what they're gonna do on this map. However, we are going to see them on defense first, actually. So Concordia is going to, we're going to see them on, defense first. Concordia is going to be defending. Fresno will be offending. We have switched sides.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing to keep in mind right now is Fresno. It's going to be KCV on the Symmetra, so a teleport play to quickly get behind is going to be exactly what we will see. They'll charge forward, setting themselves in position as the teleport comes through as well. They're attempting to contest on site, but it's going to be CUW that finds two off the start, but Cherry finds two of their own, connecting Duckinator on the revive, but fell immediately after by KCV, and Jomaro finds their own to refrag KCV in return. It looks to be CUW managing to stop it just slightly, but Cherry is still on point, forced to take the dive to not allow any more ult charge, but that's a couple staggers on the respawn, and CUW may get caught off guard if Fresno decides to rush.
I am just amazed at the ability of CUW to stop the hemorrhaging that keeps happening. We saw a full push from FSU straight into point. They were all there. They were getting picks, and Pectus just flexing it up, keeping his team alive and getting value by getting those picks that they need. We're gonna see a very, very low KCV brought back and resuscitated to life. That was almost a wasted push from Fresno, but they are now looking to get into point, make their push, as we're gonna see Cherry at about half health. We are gonna see the dash in from Rick Dazzle. He's gonna be swinging around on point. Those sim turrets are gonna be a nuisance though, and it is gonna take Rick down.
KCV with a double kill to secure, but immediately refragged by the Riptire of Incola. Jomaro has managed to take the flank as well, just putting a lot of pot shots with the Storm Arrow in. Flower extremely low and cleaned up by Pectus. But it's again another stagger that comes through for the CUW side. If Fresno capitalizes and just rushes in, it could prove detrimental. But I think that with Jomaro taking a high ground, maybe hoping to get one extra pick off, maybe catch KCV off guard, maybe it'll give time for CUW to make the return. They're just not giving the same spot they want to be in. Here comes the Dragon Strike, however. Goes to a difficult position. There's the teleport back on the side. Flowers trying to swing to keep them involved. And here comes the Symmetra wall, splitting this objective and map in half. And now CUW have to think about what they need to do next. We got Pectus on the rear trying to catch a player off guard with a massive charge to their name. Here comes the grab, brought forward, trying to keep them up. Pectus will kill themselves off by dealing massive damage in the process with the assistance of Incola, and CUW are still holding on in this fight.
Wow, and we are going to see the res from Duckinator onto Pectus, and they are going to hold once more. I repeat, CUW is going to hold. And
Diamond Hands.
Diamond Hands, they're holding. Stonks. And no one knows Stonks better than my bro Jomaro. Out here getting the headshots needed to stay in this game. Wow, and we're seeing a lot from Pectus. As I say that, Jomaro is going to take out Vexarath and hold that position. That's going to be all she wrote for Fresno on that push. They're going to have to back up and wait for their second healer to come back. Otherwise, that's going to be the push. And wow, we are seeing a crazy amount of control coming out from KCB Symmetra, but it still wasn't enough to get Fresno on point and maintain the damage they needed. Hammer down, Hammer's out though. Flower not going to find anything from that shatter. We're going to see a grab from Nine, but we're going to see the lamp come up. It's going to defend. Flower is going to take out Rick Dazzle. Vectus is going to be able to get the tire too. So much going on. Duckinator going to get the res on Rick Dazzle. We're going to see Cola looking to get some picks on point.
Yeah, difficult position to be in if you are Fresno, getting caught off guard, just snowballed out once again, and they're doing a great job if you are CUW of staggering these last few kills. They know it's this Lucio just waiting back. Really has the weight on their shoulders, the world on their shoulders at this point in time. They've kind of just let them be, but here comes the Dragon once again, and there's also the Rip Tire from Imcola finding one, and Dazzle finally clean up KCB, who switched to the Tracer to maybe contest for a few seconds longer, but Fresno will actually be officially shut down, forced, unable, completely denied of any chance of contesting and taking that first point. CUW just needs one good push, and they'll win this map too.
I was I repeat, not expecting any of that. I am completely floored by the talent that we're seeing come out from CUW. They're taking the approach of, who needs offense when you have an impenetrable defense? Their defense looking so strong right now. I could go down to Home Depot and I couldn't buy it off the shelves. It's too strong. Home strong. CUW holding it down. And Fresno looking like they're going to have to match the same energy that we're seeing from CUW, because they can't allow a single tick to get on this point. It's all or nothing now, as we're seeing it come down to first point on a 2 CP and map 3.
Yeah, this is not a good position for Fresno right at this point. They managed to take map 1, and you're feeling pretty with that, but you can't sit pretty. They're punishing you accordingly. They denied you fabulously, I guess is the word that I'm looking for. They denied you fabulously on map 2, and they're doing it even better here on map 3. I mean, this is a difficult map to play on. This is a very difficult one to defend, and yet they completely swept you, shut you down, denied you of any chance. And now they're going to try and do it on the attack. It's difficult to get through this first doorway, but I don't think I ever saw Fresno struggle to get past the door. They just struggled to brawl on points.
Right. And the brawl, it seems to be opposite this time. The brawling they're doing fine with. We are going to see the turret come out from Cola, and it seems to be a little bit of a switch and bait. They're actually not going to take the turret. They're just going to put it on point, and then they're going to make their way around and just walk onto
That is such a dirty way to play. They're just making all of them turn, get a little bit of extra damage on the rear of Flower as they were trying to turn to maybe swing into that turret. But they're just charging opens right now, attempting to get the brawl going. Whoever gets first pick here has a more advantageous position. As they're still trying to swing forward, Duckinator will revive, but be felt immediately after by KCP again. And so it looks like Fresno has that player advantage. About to be another one as Rick Dazzle extremely low and out. The count finished off by Vex. And it's going to be more than likely a regroup that must come through from CUW, but they're just going to continue to try and charge a couple of their ultimates, get a little bit more damage off the clock here, maybe catch one player off guard, because you do see Jomaro still just on the high ground running around, but CUW will have to have another push to take this objective.
I think they're only going to need one or two more pushes, because if we've seen anything from CUW, we've seen that they know how to push their ult economy. We talked about the stonks earlier. We talked about the diamond hands. They know econ, and they're here to teach a masterclass to Fresno State on exactly what it means to use all of your ults at once, because I feel like they're going to pour everything onto this point as they are looking to group up and push in. Rick Dazzle leading the charge.
Yeah, high ground being held, looking to maybe get an early pick once again. We do see that Backpack has dropped the Valkyrie out, hoping to, you know, assist just a little bit longer, but that's still in the pocket of Duckinator. This next fight could swing in their favor just because that Cena has been picked off a little bit too early. Here it comes with the Valkyrie grab as well. Combo to the Dragon Strike, but the Immortality Field saves the lines a few, just shortly longer, but it doesn't seem to matter in the end. Hectic and Jomar 2-5-2. Jomar finds another with a Storm, but refrags back. Rick finds 2 with a charge, and they try to go for a Shatter. It does not matter. It will block lightly, but CUW will not be taken lightly. They will take this point, and they will win map 3.
Wow. And what movement we're seeing from Rick Dazzle, taking out 2 with a charge? Come on now. And it wasn't even the swing, it was the charge that killed 2 of them. That is a train if I've ever seen one, and they all rode it to victory. Pectus flexing hard too. This grab started the entire fight, kicked everything off, and they found 2 from it. Pairing it with the window and the dragons, that was all she wrote. And that's exactly what I said. They only needed 3 ultimates, 1 from each hero type, tank, DPS, and healer, to secure that point. Concordia, Wisconsin, very comfortable playing with what they have.
Absolutely, and I think the key to that was just to make sure to bait out 1 ultimate, which is exactly what happened. Backpack just popped theirs a little bit too early. That Valkyrie went off, and while it does support, it does allow you to stay alive longer and be a little bit more dodgy, versatile in the air, and put out much more healing, but at the same time, you kind of need it for when the brawl is going down, and that's exactly what we saw. The second that Valkyrie ended, Artemis pops, Duckinator pops. You see so much go through. A grab comes down. Joromuro drops the Dragon Strike. Gets felled as well immediately afterwards by KCV, if I remember correctly. But it doesn't matter because everyone is there. When you have Pectus taking a rear position, and that's just able to dish out so much damage at such a massive amount of charge and clearing out the Immortality Fields. I mean, Immortality Fields are one of the most overpowered abilities in the game, by far, and they managed to shut that down. They denied it. They knew that it was going to come up. They knew that that Vex was not going to let that sit in pocket while their teammates were dying and stuck in a grav, and Pectus cleaned it up, finished it off. If you would put another DPS on it, maybe it would have been cleaned up a little sooner, but it doesn't matter. Once that's cleared, your Dragon Strike finds 1, Pectus right-clicks to find their own, and then you've got Rick, who charges to find 2, and then just starts swinging. I mean, that's all it takes. That's all she wrote at that point in time, but we're going to Dorado here.
Yeah. We are heading over to Dorado, and I'm excited to see the Dorado pick. That last point, though, I do got to intercept and say that the lamp getting shredded so early is really what turned the tide of that entire fight. Because the dragon behind the BAP ultimate, behind the field, it does so much damage. You put your hand out in that, you're dead. You're done. It's over. You know, that's 200 damage right there. It's shredding you. So as soon as they were able to take it out, while they were on the tail end of the dragon, as it was coming through, it was still enough damage to pick 2, and enough to really sway it in the favor of CUW. Going over to Dorado, we are going to see Cola on the side of Concordia University, Wisconsin. Obviously, they're going to opt for defense first because that defense is strong from Concordia University, Wisconsin. Coming into as the 4th seed in this in the playoffs, really, this is very fascinating to watch their entire progression throughout the season up to this point culminate. And like I said before we started this set, they're coming off of 4 or 5 wins now. They're very comfortable and in their skin going into the set, and it's really showing through.
Absolutely. I mean, they look great. Right now, they're an underdog as well. I mean, CUW is ranked 4th seed. They made it this far. You know, they made it through to this point in time, and they're really trying to show that they can make it all the way. And it could be done here right now on Dorado. And while this is a payload objective, we don't actually know how good Fresno is a payload. We have no clue. The only place we would have seen that is hybrid, and guess what? CUW said, you don't get to practice. You don't get that warm-up on payload. We do. We take it all the way. You get nothing. So we know CUW is fantastic on pushing the payload. We just don't know if they're good at defending the payload because it never came to it. So Fresno could just sweep through and never be stopped. It could be an even fight, or it could be Fresno's not allowed to leave their own spawn. I mean, everything is possible at this point in time because we just don't have any information to go off of.
I'm really interesting to see the defensive holds that CUW is going to opt to take here, as they are switching back to the comp that actually lost them the first round. They are going to go for the double bubble, the Winston Zarya combo. Looks like we're also going to see Ash on KCV go on to Ash and Cherry go on to the Tracer. So if Flower and Cherry are able to, pick a target at the same time, it could be all she wrote for CUW. I did have that backwards, indeed, as well. We keep switching colors, and for some reason that's messing me up tonight. So I apologize.
I'm the colorblind guy. Why are you messed up here? Like
I may be too. Who knows?
Here, I'll give you advice. What I usually do, I find the mainline tank, and I memorize their team.
Right.
That's it. And then I'll just go off of them.
Should have done that. And as I was reading through the roster, I started realizing, hold on a second, this isn't CUW. Takes off the mask, it's Fresno State Blue. It's like a Scooby-Doo cartoon.
Reference. Nice. There you go.
So, ruh-roh, Raggy. We are going to see Rick Dazzle and Pectus up on top, looking to defend from the onslaught of Flower of Ghost as they are looking to push up. We're going to see Jomaro on his tried and true Hanzo getting the pick on Backpack.
It's an amazing way to start off, and the only pick that really went against you was Artemis dying that revived back, and that's a great one to go through. You need that extra support there, and they're going to continue to try and find that rapid success. But Jomar gets caught off guard because Flowers is able to dive on top and finish them off, and KCV dynamites out. Cola, so now no DPS on the side of CUW, and they're forced into a poor position to play with, and it looks like Fresno is going to capitalize. They're finishing them off, just chasing them down. Nothing they can do about it. The last two are trying to narrowly make their escape, and it looks like they just might. But it's not going to last too much longer. They've got to pray that they can make it back to maybe contest this or just give it up.
And Fresno State, when you give them the space, they're like a goldfish. They're just going to keep expanding, keep getting bigger, and take that space. Rick Dazzle looking to make a defensive play here, and he is going to get stuck by Cherry, and that is going to be point. They are going to make it to the first point, adding, a couple of seconds to the clock. They're now going to have 5 minutes to make it to the next point. You're going to see Duckinator get the res on Rick Dazzle and Pexis. Look to take out Cherry. Now with 100 charge, too. Pexis says, we found our ground. We are coming back, and you shall not pass.
Absolutely. I mean, Pectus really about to pull out the big switch, drop the staff, and then make it impossible for Fresno State to get past them. They're contesting outside of their own spawn at this point in time. They're brawling forward without even needing to fully brawl forward, and it's working out for them. They're finding a lot of success going forward. Pectus with a massive amount of charge as that Zarya has the grab as well. They can really go with that combo as well here. Bob does come through, but there comes the grab from Pectus. Dropped out, included with the Dragon Strike as well, which will find Bob, and that seems to be it off of it. But Mkola taken out by Cherry, and Pectus will continue to find so much damage going forward. Now just looking to punish. Pectus is basically just a Terminator at this point in time. They will be back, and they need to be feared.
Pectus is terrifying. Grabbing the Bob and in the window to stop the entire push was so big brain. They weren't able to do anything from that. They were just holding in the window. However, I hold my tongue. They were able to do something from that. They are going to continue their push, and Fresno State Blue non-stopping here. However, we're going to see Cola turn around and take a couple of picks. That's going to be all she wrote. We're seeing these fights turn in the tides within half a second. It is going and swaying either way very quickly in these fights.
Yeah, CUW, they just need 1 or 2 picks, and then it's almost done for them. They know who to pick when they get those picks, and those picks are way more impactful than what we're seeing for the Fresno State side. They're getting picks, and they look good. And those picks do find success, but they're not able to outbrawl. A nice shot from KCV, combo with the Dynamite. Jomaro out for the count, seeing stars. They will be revived back, but Cherry's already found 2 with a nice pulse to Artemis, and finishing off the support duo of Duckinator as well. And it's looking like Fresno's going to be able to take this one in stride, but yet another grab from Pectus before they're felled. But KCV's Bob is on a rampage, finding 3, and that fight will be cleaned up by Fresno State.
When you have massive flexes like Pectus has, right? You're gonna have 100 charge constantly, and when you have 100 charge constantly, you're gonna get grabbed fight after fight after fight. So I really think CUW's strategy here is going to be picking Pectus early in these fights, because it's doing two things, right? Pectus is able to save a lot of the backline of CUW while also being a very formidable offense for CUW.
And look at Jomer's position, really just making it difficult for these top, like, aerial V players to find what immediately onto Sherry. Now, Nkola's got the other high ground and does have high noon as well. Now looking to make some damage, finds two, they could have found a third, but it looks like Night Knight's going to be able to hide behind, but a primal range of Flower does even things a little bit back up. Nkola just not able to collect the shots on the backpack, who's Valkyrie up. And is able to try and finish them off. 8 HP, so exponentially close, and finished off with the melee. It's gonna be saved barely in that time, than that fight, but Fresno did make it all the way to the point. And Concordia University, Wisconsin's great fight fizzles out because that objective has already been taken.
Wow, we're seeing it's almost 50-50 at the beginning of these fights. It really isn't even mattering who's taking picks at the beginning of these fights, because it's the end of the fights, right? We're seeing Fresno State getting those last minute pushes that they need to get the payload forward and to make those touches. And we're seeing a kind of chink in the armor of CUW's defense, as we're finding that if they don't have a specific point to play around, if it's a lot more of an open space, they're having a lot more of a difficulty defending it. As Fresno making their push and playing their roles very well, exceptionally.
Yeah, I mean, Fresno, they're finding picks. They don't even need to do it with their main DPS. Vex finds a pick on a Jomero. Duckinator, she'll revive it back, but at this point in time, that's an early revive kind of being expended when that respawn's so close. It almost feels like a waste to a point. Maybe it's just to have that extra bit of assistance, but already rushing forward, Rick has dropped the Shatter down, finding so much success and cleans up Night Knight, but now Anti and will be felled because of this Flower connects. But this bomb, once again, that's already found massive success, is continuing to pile the damage onto Pectus. The grab is ready to drop, and the support has to be there behind it. You've got the garage door in pocket. KCD takes out Duckinator. High ground being very advantageous. The grab might just have to come out, but it's not going to be made in time. Pectus taken out by Vex, and KCD and Flower find everything else. It looks like CUW will be felled with 1.5 minutes on the clock.
Yep, they are not going to touch. I do want to say Pectus's grab was pretty strategical in that last fight, though. It did pull a lot of Fresno State off of the payload, and while their tanks were looking to push the advantage and finish up the kills, they actually weren't able to push the payload there for a second, so it led me to believe that CUW would be able to make it back and able to defense at the last touch. However, as soon as Mercy ulted, as soon as we saw the ult come through, she was not able to make it to point. She got stuck on the doorway. You hate to see it, but what you do love to see is a comeback. And Fresno State looking to tie this series up 2-2. Are they going to be able to do it? I don't know. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. That's quite a bit of time for Dorado.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty difficult. We know CUW can push this payload, but I guess the question really becomes, has Fresno State learned in these last 3 maps how to defend CUW? Have they learned what they need to do? It's a question that needs to be answered, and I think one of the big things to figure out is whose Winston's going to be stronger. It really does come down to that, and it's a difficult question to answer. We know Rick is a phenomenal Reinhardt. The Winston, it can be hit or miss because we only really see Flowers. That's really what it's mostly been, but Pectus on this Zarya might just be enough, even if Rick manages to lag behind in terms of Winston gameplay. Pectus has cleaned up everything else, and when you've got a phenomenal DPS line in a just near flawless support line, it's kind of, it can make it up. It evens out on the scales that is Overwatch.
It almost feels as though fate has written this match. We'll have to see if that is the case or not as we begin. I do have to say, in terms of this map, some of the stronger pick that we've seen is KCB on this Ashe, creating a lot of value with the positioning of the Bobs, pushing the point forward in a lot of different ways, creating the space that they need. We're going to see Flower create the space as well as he's able to take out Cola. Duckinator, she's going to have to put the res on Cola on this first point because they need to get the defense. Ooh, Jomero getting the pick on KCB. And we're going to see Backpack, as you said earlier, put the team on the back, getting the res on KCB. Duckinator's going to have to help Flower get out of that sticky situation he found himself in.
Yeah, I mean, KCB, you've got to pick them first. Jomero did a good job of doing that, but Backpack was just able to bring them back. and made it more difficult for them to do anything. And that's kind of been the unfortunate half assist this entire match. But you've got Cola that's just sneaking the payload back. They're slept on top. A very good position by Vex to nail that sleep. But it does give the space now for CW to step forward. But Bob will remove any and all of that space. They're now forced to DPS that back out. But now as the Tesla cannon rears, it's beautiful, damaging electric vibes. Flower has to step up to the high ground and try to avoid a little bit extra of that DPS, but CUW are going to try to continue to fight forward, but they're not going to be able to do as much when Duckinator's caught off guard by KCB.
Wow, Flower and KCB are doing an immaculate job of holding them at this choke, not allowing them to do much off of it, and Rick Dazzle looking to get some swings on Flower. It's not going to be enough. Flower's going to take out Artemis and Rick Dazzle, holding the defense, giving the salute. We love to see it from the Monkey.
Absolutely, and right now what we're seeing is a complete rehash, complete redoing of map of 1 for Control. It's interesting to see that Fresno State's taking the advantage on an objective that they struggled with, defending payload. Maybe it's just the map difference. Maybe it's just, you know, they weren't comfortable on it, but they're looking exceedingly comfortable here in Dorado. I mean, they are finding everything they need to. They're connecting shots. KCV is nigh unstoppable. You've got to find an answer, and you just haven't been able to, and it's cost you this match so far.
Yeah, and it looks like they actually are going to be able to take payload. They're going to start pushing it up a little bit. Pectus looking to push his advantage, and that's what we've seen in the series. We've seen CUW not do all too well on the offense when they need to push, but the defense has been crazy. Well, we're going to see the Grab Dragon come out. It is only going to get 1, but that is going to be enough to push their advantage and maybe get it in here. Flower hoping to hold, got Ryan swung in the face. We're also going to see Knight take a couple of headshots and fall. We're seeing a lot of red side try to push on payload, hold as much as they can, but it's not going to be enough. We are going to see a push through on the first point.
We got a little bit close there, and if I remember correctly, you may be able to correct me, was it 5 minutes or 4 minutes that Fresno had at this point in time?
Yeah, they had 5 minutes and 10 seconds exactly.
Yeah, that is a much higher count. I think, I'm not very good at math, but in terms of counting, I think that's a higher number than CUW has. I mean, I may have to go back to school to figure that one out, but CUW, it took them longer to get to this point, but now they're in a little bit more wide open space. They have a little bit more they can contest. Don't have to worry about the high ground, and obviously they still need to worry about Bob and a high noon from Cherry. So things are still not going in their favor, but a lot of ultimates being popped off. Maybe exactly what CUW want, because now maybe they get their ult charged, maybe they are able to clap back in their own way, but take a look in that top right corner there, Nuclear. We still got 4 ults on the side of Fresno. If CUW can't burn them, then I'm afraid they're going to get burned out themselves and fizzle into nothingness.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot more of a staggered play from CUW in these longer extended pushes that they're having to make on the offense. And due to that, their econ is suffering in these mid-fight opportunities, and we're seeing Fresno hold those when they need to. Cola looking like he's getting the flank, trying to set something up. Nine gonna take out the lamp very early, look for a play here. Cola making the very far flank. He's trying to get all the way around, and it looks like it's not gonna matter as FSU is pushing their advantage. We're hearing the high noon come out. It's not gonna find anything though.
Unfortunate bubble came through as the Winston shield didn't block it out, but a nice strike from Cole's on the flank. They'll clean it up eventually with a combo of the stun and the storm arrow of Joe Burrow to finish things off. And now Cherry on the high ground has the high noon. The bubble will block just a little bit, but narrowly escaping. Good night. Rick was exceedingly close to being taken out, but now Cherry's low as well. KCB was able to find one backpack up on the kill for the high ground, but CUW are finally making themselves up to a certain point and maybe be able to contest a little bit longer, but a grab comes through from Pectus. Cherry finds 2, making it difficult. Make that 3, and KCB finds one of their own, and despite the graviton surge from Pectus coming out, it's not going to be enough, and they'll be forced all the way back to regroup in this next fight.
Wow. I can't keep saying it enough, Infernosis. CUW doing a phenomenal job of having those, 3 to 4 players that are able to adaptively switch their roles, do what they need to. But Fresno State knows how to bring the Thunder. Cherry stopping that push all on his own. the getting those 3 picks was huge for Fresno. And looking at that defense, and CUW wasn't able to get enough off of it. It was a great grab, but it didn't finish out the kills, and that's what you need at this point.
I kind of want to see Rick Dazzle get a little bit more heals and then jump up top to maybe find a rage and force them off the high ground, but I'm not necessarily sure if it's going to super matter. KCV is able to find one with Bob and Backpack will revive one of the earlier kills from CUW, but Joe is able to immediately take Cherry out, and KCV is looking a little bit worse for wear as the primal rage comes through from Rick, trying to finish them off, now pocketed back by Backpack, and they're forced to take a step back because of it, but Pectus finishes off Night Knight, Artemis finds KCV, and we'll finally see them get to this point, but it's taken so long. They're now into overtime, and this third point, they're only going to have a minute and a half to make it all the way.
I did not see them making it there, but they did. You know what else I did not see? I did not see Jomaro making the switch over to McCree off of the Hanzo for the first time in this entire series. We are going to see Jomaro make his switch. Cola also switching off of what was the McCree and now on to the Reaper, probably to try to deal with the tank line. But Flower, we're going to see him switch over to the Reinhardt for this last point. Makes a lot of sense. You have a corner that you really need to hold, and that's all they need. They just have to hold this last corner and the last minute of this series of this game.
Absolutely, they could be the last minute of the series, honestly. If you're able to see it come back, Jomar finds a high noon out of nowhere from up top in the backpack. They're cleaning up quite exceptionally as Jomar finds Night Knight as well, but Rick, your Winston out for the count from the Reaper, countered out. And Cherry is down back into the fight as well. KCV is continuing the rampage, but Cola does have Death Blossom, able to connect and find one, securing a kill also into Pectus. A high noon comes from Cherry, only able to secure Duckinator in the process, but they're still pushing ever so slowly. This payload, they'll take a couple steps back, however. Only 20 seconds left. They're going to have to pray they don't lose another person on the stagger, and then have to swiftly, and I mean swiftly, make their way back to get this objective.
10 seconds left. You couldn't say it better, Infernosis. We're right here. That's down to the wire. They have to make it. Rick Dazzle is going to get on point. We are going to hear the grab come out. Is it going to be enough? Oh my lord, it is going to be enough. Flower of Ghost taking out multiple. KCV trying to get in position. It's not going to happen. And this payload is a slaughter machine.
Yeah, this is looking done and done for Fresno at this point in time. It's just the last player of Cola who just refuses to go down. Just does not care in the world, and we're going to see it be tied back again. We're going to the penultimate final map. We're going all the way. We will take a short break after this one before heading into the next one, but we did not anticipate that it would make it all to this point. We did not anticipate. We thought maybe CUW would just say, hey, finish off strong, just get this third one back to back, but no, we're going all the way. Look at these shots from KCV. Wow. Just does not miss, does not take the crosshair off. I mean, that is phenomenal by all accounts. I want to see KCV on Widow because that is just going to be nuts by all accounts in every way.
Of course, you would want to see KCV on Widow.
Yes, I do. You know what? I'm tired of saying I don't want to. I want to see KCV on Widow.
You and me both, my friend. I think that the aim is there, right? It's almost like we need to pull him out, check for aimbots, because he is a magnet on their heads, man. He is creating that space that is needed. And we are going to go into Game 5, but as you said, after a very short break, and we will be back very soon.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
This is the beginning of something special. something different. The games may change, but competition and skill do not. Students coming together to represent Fresno State with support and leadership. Fresno State students will discover and develop their potential. From all walks of life, esports players are passionate, driven, dedicated, and bold. They'll train, learn, and grow together, striving to be the best gamers and future leaders in our community and world.
Rise up. Esports has come to Fresno State, and it starts now.
And we're back, and I am joined with Infernosis for the hottest action in collegiate Overwatch that you have seen in years. We are in Game 5 of Concordia University, Wisconsin versus Fresno State Blue, the number 4 seed versus the number 1 seed. And tell me, Infernosis, where are we heading? What are we going to see? What's on the horizon?
Now, this one is a map that's not played very often. It's a little bit slept on, you know. Some of you may recognize it as a lot of people just don't like it. You know, it can be a little difficult, but I think it's called Scrim Row. Scrim Row, right?
Scrim Row.
Like something along those lines.
Let me check my notes.
Yeah.
Checks out.
Yeah, it looks to be Scrim Row. I checked my notes as well. It looks to be Scrim Row. So I know this one's not played that often. You know, it's a very underutilized map. So these teams, it's really going to come down to who's practiced it more, who actually has practiced it whatsoever. But honestly, like, this could go either way. We were both shocked at how well FSU played on Dorado, both exponentially shocked. We talked about it during the break. They have really cemented themselves back into this match, despite CUW's phenomenal true maps back-to-back. So we're back to hybrid. And this is one that CUW won, but this is Scrim Row. And completely contrary to what I just said, everyone plays Scrim Row. Like...
It's almost like the baseline staple to really understand where your team is at. You know, you could be like, we're supposed to be a 2.7K team, but when we play on Scrim Row, you know, we're more like a 3.1K. It's almost like being on your Tinder bio and lying about your height, right? Lying about your weight.
I don't do that. I'm 5'11 3/4. I stress that, all right?
I'm sure you do, Infernosis. I'm sure you do, friend.
Don't call me out. I feel attacked.
You know I'd never attack you, friend. You know what we are going to see, though? We are going to see some massive offense from Fresno State Blue, as they have really pushed their offense the entirety of the set. CUW really shining through on their defense. However, we saw some chinks in the armor with that last payload map that we went to. I gotta know, Infernosis. You gotta tell me. Let me know who's winning it. Who's your prediction?
All right. Now, let me like have a moment to like meditate to figure it on this.
We're breaking him. We're breaking him. Turn it off.
I have no clue. It's anyone's game. I mean, honestly, it could actually be anyone's game at this point in time. CUW do a great job on hybrid. We know that. We saw that. But FSU looked better on payload. They looked much better on payload right there. And they denied payload against CUW. That was unstoppable on Blizzard World. So I guess it comes to whether or not CUW can pull off the same thing they did on Blizzard World, which is denying the first control point. Can they deny first control point? Because if they can, then it's obviously going to go to CUW. But if they can't, it's difficult too, because this is King Jarl. Everyone knows every strategy ever made to do this, so...
It's been used. The playbook's all open.
I mean, it's just so weird. It's going to be such a toss-up. It's impossible to just state one team.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think for the first time this season in both the Rocket League and the Overwatch brackets, I also do not have a prediction. It could go either way. If Concordia holds, they're pushing now, but if they're able to hold on that second point, or on this first point, sorry, second round, it could be it for them. We are going to see the Widow come out and then immediately get switched. Sorry, Infernosis.
I trusted you. Ghost trusted you. No, man, that stinks. But I think it's the smart decision here. And already we're going to see, take a look at that top left corner. You're going to see Cherry and Dex already at that 30% mark. And CUW is trying to get up there as well, but they're a little bit slower all around the board for a lot of their ultimates. And they're still trying to maybe contest, but they're sitting inside this small pocket museum, trying to take a step forward. A frag for frag as Cola finds Night Night and Cherry finds Jomero. But Cactus on their own, able to find out Cherry on that refrag. Immortality Field will be dropped, helping to keep Flower in the fight, now pocketed back by Backpack. The Backpack at 1 HP, narrowly avoiding death on their own. And this fight's still in anyone's favor, but a fire strike may just make the difference.
Yep, Pectus is going to come back, though, and take out KCB, a powerhouse that we've seen for Fresno State. Nine-Night's going to be able to take out Pectus, a powerhouse for CUW, and it scraps and scrapes on point. 3% on Flower. Rick Dazzler going to be able to take him out. We are going to see the Zarya get picked, and we are going to see a very strong offense from CUW, as it looks like they are going to take this first point. Not sure if Fresno is going to be able to make it back in time, and I don't think that they're going to try to. They're just going to look to hold. What a push from CUW.
Yeah, I mean, that is, by all accounts, a great way to keep the fight. They lost it initially. We noticed that. They lost a lot early. And thankfully, when you are attacking on a control point like that, you've got the closer respawn. You can make it back almost twice before the opposing player can make it back. And they just lost the right people who were able to make it back a little bit quicker. But here comes a Shatter. It's going to be blocked mostly by a Zarya bubble, but one player will be caught off guard. Here comes a High Noon. Cherry finds Pectus off the back of it. And now a complete regroup needs to be resubstantiated by CUW. As they are not liking what they're seeing and now being forced back to be contested inside their own spawn.
Wow, and you could see that moment of hesitation come out from Cherry. Do I use the ult now? Do I hold it? Do I pick Pectus? He's probably at 100 charge. We should pick him. And he took him out. Last second, going around the corner. And we love to see it from Cherry. That was great. We're seeing the bomb now come out and the window come up from CUW on the corner looking to push it. Bob is going to get shredded by Jomaro, and they are going to push around this corner. As Artemis, like I've been saying all set, the third DPS for Concordia University, Wisconsin, taking out Knight. Cola going to be taking out KCB. However, Backpack saw the value in raising KCB from the dead, and we are going to see Fresno State look to hold this corner. The Earth Shatter's coming out from Flower. The Blossom is going to be blooming as he's going to take out 3 at the corner.
Blossom blooming. For a second, I thought we had a Reaper, actually. Like, I looked up, I was like, is there a Reaper? Like, am I missing something? Am I dumb? Like,
there's no Death Blossom, but there was the Death, and we are going to see a Blossom.
Yeah, I mean, that is, by all accounts, phenomenal to see. And here comes a Riptire from Imcola, maybe looking to catch a player off guard. Not sure where they really want to head to, turning corner for corner. And KCV, who's been such a threat on and off of the actual brawl fight, is going to continue to do so. I genuinely think Imcola should probably just have busted it at that point. I mean, they're not getting past KCV, who has been hitting every single shot they've possibly tried. I want to see their hit percentage, because that is monstrous.
You know KCV was screaming though. Like when that tire turned the corner, you know what? I heard, ah! Immediately, the shotgun came out. He was not dealing with it. We are gonna see Pectus with the grab up. However, he is gonna get Earth Shattered, gonna find 3. Nine holding a grab, not looking to use it. We are gonna see the Immort field come up. Pectus using the grab as we are gonna see the res come out. High Noon coming out from Cherry, finding a few. Is it gonna be enough? The Dragon's gonna come out from Cherry. He's not able to get on the high ground quick enough, and it is all in on this last point of point 2.
Ooh, Jomaro is finding so much impact right now, just able to support, assist all of these kills, all of this extra damage and way to push themselves forward. I want to point out what really guaranteed themselves that fight. Vex did a good job of placing Immortality Field, allowing Night to survive that engagement when they overextended past the payload. But Pectus waited for the Immortality Field to drop. Pectus said, okay, somebody shoot that dang Immortality Field and then I'll grab. And that's exactly what happened. And impact was found off of it, and success was found off of it. That is exactly what you want to have. But already 2 kills dropped. The Storm Arrow from Jomaro finding Cherry. Pectus cleans up Flower, and now this fight has to go forward as Night is grabbed out, but it doesn't find really any impact off of it. Artemis's Immortality Field does save a little bit of success, but Night's fully charged, forced back into their own spawn. Cola is dishing out damage towards the other direction as well, and they're still trying to fight them off, but it looks to be CUW still taking an advantage, finding 2. KCB and Backpack once again forced to respawn, and Rick comes in swinging once again.
It's going to be a matter of how long Fresno is able to play CUW's game and playing around what they have on point, because they need it at this point. The nearest stall that they have is KCB's at about 4%, and if KCB is able to get the bomb out on point, which we are able to see, is it going to be enough? The Ryan dash is going to miss. Pectus is going to be able to take out the bomb though, and we are going to see a couple of members from Fresno come back. Cola going to find Backpack, and we're going to hear the Earth Shatter come out. It's an absolute brawl fest on point at the very end here. The Dragon's gonna come through and find Night. CUW looking to find it at the end here.
Just one player contesting the switch Cherry needed to make the Tracer. Now the Lucio trying their best, but it's not gonna matter. Backpack cannot keep their backpack strapped on, and they can't keep their team in this one. CUW will make it all the way to the end with 1 minute and 55 seconds left. Round 1 in the books, and they looked great all throughout it, struggling only in the beginning stages, slightly inside of the streets phase, but that entire factory stage of this map was spectacular and almost entirely went in favor of CUW. The respawns, the snowballs, the attempts from Fresno State, but every single ultimate from CUW found impact and found themselves a victory.
And it's kind of blowing my mind, Infernosis, because we look over at Fresno State side, and they have KCV throughout this whole set, who has been a threat, nothing short of a threat. We have Cherry, who even in the series that we're watching now is getting a lot of value out of the McCree, finding those high noon kills when it counts, but it's still not enough. Wisconsin, Concordia University, Wisconsin, pushing through, and the cheese curds are getting dipped at this point. I'm seeing it. I can hear the squeaks, and they're pushing it. It's almost there. If you asked me at the beginning of the set, Infernosis, you know, we talked about predictions. I am thankful I did not give my predictions because I would not have predicted Concordia University to push not only to make it all the way to the end, but with almost 2 minutes left on their bank time.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't think of any sort of prediction I would have made that would have come to this point, but now we're going to see CUW do what we know them to be exceptionally good at, and that's going to be defending a control point. They may have struggled on that one. When it comes to hybrids, they typically do well, but KCB catching off guard. Rick Dazzle immediately, now no Ryan to contest. This may be an immediate take by Fresno because CUW don't have the ability to really contest. Dex finds Gomer on a punch. Hectus does find one consolation kill, but that might just be what it is as they are looking to finish this off completely. 4 on the objective. They have really no chance to contest. Hectus will hop on for a second, but forced off, and no chance in the end, despite Rick making it back in time. Fresno take that so fast. 5 minutes and 45 seconds in the bank by the time the payload comes out.
Fresno is setting a new pace in this series that we've not seen before, Infernosis, and they were not allowing Concordia University, Wisconsin to take the time that they needed to get back on point. Given a half a second longer, Rick Dazzle would have been there to back up Pectus, and they would have had both of their support line, both Artemis and Duckinator, they would have been there to help, and it would have been a wombo combo of a dealing that we would have seen on the first point. However, it wasn't able to get there, and Fresno State now making their advance.
Yeah, and they're making it quite quickly. The Streets phase, we saw CUW win this, lose a fight here once at this exact corner, but now they're gonna maybe lose it once again. Hindu does come out, and Cole will drop the wall, maybe separating. It's just enough to save some time as the Dragon Strike not is ready, but has not yet been popped out. Instead, Duckinator pops out the Valkyrie, but Sherry finishes off Rick, and KCB finishes off Mkola. Now, and once again, a regroup has to come through for CUW, but they're being forced out. Here comes the grab combo with the Dragon. Doesn't do enough. It will do so much in the end. Once the Immortality Field is gone, Jomro cleans up, and they'll find one at the end as well after they die and are felled by KCV, but Jomro keeps CUW in this objective.
I really think I just found the synergy. The pieces just fell into place. It just connected in my mind. That's the synergy in this series. Those three, Jomoro, Cola, and Duckinator. We're seeing, Artemis. We're seeing all three of those come through. We're seeing the fields come out. We're seeing the dragons come out, and we're seeing Pectus with the immaculate grabs, and they are holding this point. Those are the diamond hands of CUW.
Yeah, you see the Death Blossom go off. KCB in the back line, finding 4, and they'll clean up the rest of them. Night saying good night to the opposing team. CUW Team White, and they're out for the count. Oh my goodness, Fresno just putting a massive damper on any chances of the CUW side to defend any longer in that Streets phase. Now, we're back to the factory, and CUW did a great job of pushing this all the way through. If Fresno can just replicate that in 1/5 of the same level of talent, then we're going to see Fresno take this with a very nice time bank behind them.
Hashtag Caster's Curse. That's all I gotta say. Hashtag Caster's Curse. I didn't see that happening. You know, but what can I say about this entire series? I've not seen any of this happening. And it's been a wild set indeed. They are going to push around the last corner. Flower Ghost is going to pick Cola early. KCV picking out Jotaro. We're here in the high noon come out. Duckinator going to find Jomaro, and Flower's going to take out the lamp. Are they going to make it in time? 4 meters left. We are seeing Flower with his with his Earth Shatter. Pectus at 1% and is going to fall. Oh, the May Blizzard coming out, and it's getting real chilly in here. His backpack's going to get frozen on point right where he wants to be. We are going to see Fresno State push it around with 4 minutes on the time bank.
Well, yeah. I said you needed 1/5, and they brought 6/5 of that push. I mean, they played that so well, and there was nothing that CUW could do. We may just see Fresno clean up here. With this massive differential in time bank, they've got 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Meanwhile, CUW only got 2 minutes. They only have 2 minutes to work with. They got slaughtered defending that first point on control, and they kind of struggled initially on the attack for control. This does not bode well. If history is going to repeat itself like what we saw in the first half of this map, then Fresno will take this in the end. Something's got to change for CUW.
I really am interested to see how Fresno switches up their defensive strategy, because as you said, and as we saw, it really did not work. That, as they would say, was not it, Chief, is they were not able to take point.
They're down bad right now. Yeah.
They are down bad at this point. 4 minutes on the clock to 2 minutes. However, time is but a thing. Time is but something out there in the universe. It's just a construct. It does not matter if they hold. And CUW, as we've said, has the diamond hands. Now, Fresno, they are going to be on defense first, and we are going to see CUW attack. If they're able to push this attack, if they're able to take point, it could spell the series. But if they're not, then they're going to have their backs up against the wall.
Yeah, it hurts to say there's always going to be a level of support for an underdog. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. KCD making the retreats back to the actual point to contest, and kind of waiting. CW's waiting for their team to get ready to push forward, substantiate themselves to a little bit more advantageous of a position, but kind of being forced out. These fire strikes from their opposing Rhino to Flower make it difficult to go in. KCV's in the rear, and they're not paying attention. Pectus turning the wrong way. They need to act on KCV, but it'll be Flower who finds the first impact into Rick. And they're continuing now to try and make it a little bit more difficult for them to return with a full team behind them. Pectus has so much damage. They're trying to finish off Night Knight, but they have to be wary of themselves, forcing to be pocketed. 80-90% now on this ult. We could see Pectus drop in with the grab and completely take this objective. Look at the comparison here between these Zarya's. Night Knight has none. Here comes the grab. It's ready to go. Dropping it out now. They're inside the middle, saved by an Immortality Field, but Cherry with the high noon. No one behind it, and CUW is shut down.
Wow, the high noon really changed the tide of the fight. I thought it was over when we saw Pectus's grab, but the flex was stopped. It was halted in its tracks, and we saw the Immort field come up. That was huge for Fresno State, and enough to really defend here, as now we're seeing CUW messed up with an ult economy, an Earth Shatter coming out to take out all of CUW, and that is going to be it for the push. They have 10 seconds left on the clock, and they need to make it count here.
Drummer has to connect with literally every shot they've ever shot. It's just them. It's not gonna happen, and CUW will have to say goodbye to this. The only chance of making it back, charged into, and that's going to be this entire point. CUW could not make it to the control, and from the looks of it, it doesn't look like they're going to be making it to the finals either. It is going to take a bloody difficult defensive hold for CUW to try and hold against this. It's drawable.
This is drawable.
4 minutes.
It could happen. It could happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I haven't been able to predict anything that's going on. I have no idea. It's insane. We have 4 minutes left on the clock. And we've seen all set CUW have a very, very formidable defense. And we're going to see CUW push that defense in a new way we've not seen this series. Rick Dazzle gonna be playing the SIG. Pectus switching over to the Orisa. And with the tracking that we saw on Zarya, I'm terrified to see the headshot potential on Pectus's Orisa. Jomaro gonna switch over to the Bastion. And I thought that we might see Cola on Symmetra to try to move the Bastion around on that defensive strat we've seen on top of the statue. But we're gonna see Cola on the Reaper. The support line, both Duckinator and Artemis, they're going to stay the same. And is it going to be enough? We've said it all series. Is it going to be enough? I don't know. We are going to see Flower lead the charge for Fresno as they're going to look. They're baiting their options here. They're not sure. With Jomaro switch over to the Bastion, they're going to wait it out, push in. Wow, and they're all going to push into the side room. Cola's going to be there on the support line. The rest of the team turning around and taking out Cola where he stands.
That's a bad position to be in. Now you've got KCV on the rear on that high ground, making it difficult for Drumroad to actually turn into the fight, and they're just going to dive on top. Nothing they can do about this. This spells disaster, and Fresno State are going to end it all right here. Just Mcola standing, and they're trapped on that respawn. It is going to Fresno State. No underdog story today. It is going now to the finals, where Fresno State will be facing off against Carroll University.
Fresno State ability to really flip these team fights on their head. No matter what Concordia University was pushing out is what won them the series in the end. 3 minutes left on the bank. We are going to see Jomaro for the second or really third time this series get the play of the game from this grab dragon combo that was so formidable for Concordia University, Wisconsin.
Absolutely. And what a great way to finish that one off. I mean, if I'm going to give an MVP for that game, I would want to give it to Pectus. I would want to, but I'm going to have to give it to KCV because KCV wins. KCV carried to their maps that they won. They carried them to the victory. And I've never seen as strong of a Reaper, as strong of an Ashe as I've seen KCV against that Concordia Wisconsin University side.
I do not knock that decision at all. KCV was a very strong force to be reckoned with in the series. However, I'm going to say my MVP of both teams, right? So my MVP for Fresno State, it's got to be Cherry for me. For the ability to switch these team fights around like it was nothing. It was a dime on the head. Every time Cherry had High Noon, they waited until the most optimal moment to use High Noon to either make the space on the point, pushing Concordia off in an already shaky offense, really putting a halt to it, or getting the picks he needed, namely on Pectus, who is my second MVP of the series. Pectus just was everything that Concordia University needed and more. And my MVP of the series, for me, it's got to go to Pectus. Even though they lost and even though Concordia was not able to take it to the end, Pectus was just dominating the space out there today. And it was a crazy series to watch indeed.
Absolutely. And I'm really excited to see what we're going to have in the finals here. It's going to be such a wonderful matchup here for this Navigators division, but that will not be today. That's going to be on, I believe, April 28th. I may be slightly incorrect about that, but I don't think I necessarily am. But it's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out. But the next matchup we're going to be heading into, and it's actually still going to be me and my main man here, Nuclear. It's going to be the UAH squad versus Arcadia University. This is the Emergence division, a really important one at that. And it's just going to come down to a really big loss if UAH manages to lose this, because we could see another battle for Bama that we had, probably the most hyped match that we've had in this division, that UNA versus UAH squad. It was just such an important, what's the phrase? Rivalry. Yeah, it was a staple rivalry match, and it's just going to be so well. But we're going to be heading to a break in between these two games. We'll be right back, and stay tuned for the Emergence Division semifinals.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We've got the Overwatch Semifinals, a spectacular matchup here inside of the Emergence Division. UAH, the University of Alabama in Huntsville versus Arcadia University. This is the first seed versus the fourth seed. And can UAH do what they are expected to do and finish this one off strong, or can Arcadia pull the upset? They did lose in Week 2 to the opposing team of UNA, which is another Alabama squad that UAH has also beaten, and they also lost in Week 6 to UAH themselves. Arcadia, they have the history of loss. Now they want to take that away and find themselves a victory.
100%. And you know what, Infernosis? When you have the Infernosis to ignite the nuke, you can't find a better casting duo for this series. Emergence Division Semifinals. We're here today. Arcadia University, like you said, 4th seed. And yes, they did lose to UAH, and it wasn't like it was a Week 1, Week 2 situation where they were still getting their grounding. It was Week 6. It was just a couple weeks ago, and it was not a convincing, or let's say it was a very convincing loss indeed. It was 0-3. Now, Arcadia coming back to the table, really looking to hold their ground. Are they going to be able to do it? I am really not sure. Infernosis, as always, what are your predictions?
I mean, like, let's digest this just a little bit here, all right? Let's think about this. So when you're thinking about UAH's squad, you're thinking about a phenomenal setup for Immortality Fields. You're thinking about a phenomenal frontline tank setup. You're thinking about one of the best DPS lineups in this division, if not the best DPS lineups in the division. The only one DPS player I can really call out that is... Sorry, the only one DPS player that I can call out that may be better would probably be the UNA squad's go-to Genji. I can't necessarily remember his name at this current point in time, but when facing off against UAH, they were basically the only person that was able to get any kills. It was a hard carry.
Was it Girthquake?
No, it was not Girthquake. That's a different team.
Okay, gotcha.
Team. But, I mean, when it comes down to it, this team has everything. They're fully fleshed out, they're collected in all regards, and they have a lot behind them. But Arcadia has the same thing. They've got a phenomenal mainline tank instead of Kojo. They've got Bubba on that side tank potential, and with a name like Bubba, you expect them to be good at tanking at the very least, right? You expect that to be behind it. And I'm pretty sure Bubba's the side tank. I'm not too sure about that. I may be incorrect, but they're lined up on our board like they're the side tank. But it's going to be difficult to face UAH, but there has to be so much VOD review that Arcadia has to have done to this point. If they did any VOD review, it's either you do everything in VOD review or you did none. Because you have to either full send VOD review or you just completely forget to do it if you're going to face UAH.
Yeah, looking at my notes too, I don't see any Bubba on the roster, so I'm not sure if that's someone went through a name change or that's something a little bit different, but I am interested in seeing his tank abilities nonetheless. You know who I'm also very fascinated to find in this series is the man, the myth, the legend himself, Backpacka. We've casted him before. We're going to cast him again. And Infernosis, the shatters that come out from this Reinhardt main are detrimental. Almost a natural disaster in itself. I'm very excited to see what he's going to bring to the table tonight.
Yeah, I think it's Paka?
Paka.
So his name is
Paka.
Parker.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think he's like doing like the Boston accent for it. We're not going to get it right once. We're not going to get it right once. Not in the slightest, because like we're both from CST. We're both like centralized. I don't have an accent like whatsoever. I don't know what your accent is. I only know the accents of my people, which is mostly Southern. So, but we're being told Bubba is a sub that's coming in, so Arcadia is going to be playing with a sub, which is interesting to see. Is the sub going to be better than their mainline tank, or is the sub going to be, you know, just someone that you had to pull in at the last minute? We'll have to figure it out, but starting off here, this is not a map I've seen in a long time.
Yeah. Wow. And here we are. And it is going to be control point first. We're going to go over to Lijiang, and I'm excited to see what we're going to see at Lijiang. This is one of my favorite maps to not only play in Overwatch, but to cast. It is going to be a lot of fun as we're playing around this first point. Interested to see what these teams choose. You can choose a more divey comp, having high ground on either side, or you can choose the brawl style, you know, brawling out in the middle right next to the pillar. It looks like we are going to see Kojo and Bubba switch over to the Rhine Diva. Diva, a person that we've seen played very frequently today. We've seen a lot of mech kills. They did recently have the patch where mech will do 250 damage. It will take out squishies. So I'm excited to see if we see the Earth Shatter combo with that or the Earth Shatter combo with the ultimate itself.
Absolutely. I think there is a pretty high level of potential for that. And well, I believe we were told earlier by one of our other casters, Yelker, that there had already been 2 by game 2. There had already been 2 re-met kills by game 2, and that's enough stat to think about. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see D.Va last map, so it's interesting about what we'll see now, but it looks like they're taking the rear here. Arcadia looking to maybe catch UAH off guard. They've also got a Doofus hoping to maybe deal some substantial damage if somebody overextends or maybe to catch them off in the rear. And you do see they are back there, but Pluto will be felled and actually step into a Junkrat trap, putting him to a bad position. Unfortunately, it looks like Arcadia's attempt at taking the flank will not surmount a success.
Not at all. UAH is holding this point, and they are showing dominance in the first few minutes of this map, showing that they are here to hold and they are here to win. Very much a very similar comp in terms of the tank and support lines on both teams. However, as you said, we are going to see Paka on the Junkrat. We're not going to see him on the tank line. He is switching over to DPS for this series, and I'm excited to see what he's going to do on DPS.
Absolutely, we're only seeing a lot of damage forward, but here comes the window from Thatchman, looking to increase the damage. UAH taking a side step back. Paka has the Riptire ready to drop it. Does get to the back line. It gets the Immortality field, but that is it. And unfortunately, the Riptire nearly wasted in an unfortunate position for them, but Arcadia still in a difficult position, trying to get a position to step forward, contest the objective, but UAH is not really giving them the position to do so. They're so spread thin, and Paka finds the kill into Latrick. Now as Mr. MJ Reyes comes through swinging, finding one. Crusher's able to find one of their own into Emerald, but I don't think it's really going to matter when you've got such a phenomenal spread thin composition on this map.
100%, and we are going to see Arcadia come back with a couple of ultimates of their own. Latrick is going to have Blizzard, and Crusher is going to have the Beat, which will be dropped, more or less. However, you look over at UAH's side, and they've got a strong defensive hold ahead of them. Are we going to see any value come out of it? Not sure. They're looking to push in through the gates here. The Rhine Shield is going to come down, and the Batfield's going to come out as well. We are going to see the May Blizzard as everything is culminating in this side room.
Ooh, Paka finding 2 of the Riptire, actually finding success this time around, and now Latrick, who's trying to escape, will not be given the space, walled up, but also trapped in the tire, and now they're just playing with their food. Ice Manta cleaning up. One person on point, they'll throw out the D.Va bomb. Oh my goodness, you did not just knock them into it. Crusher fell out by the assistance from RKO, and that really was an RKO out of nowhere. UAH will secure round 1.
We saw Manta slithering in, throwing the bomb out, and just trusting, just knowing the boop was gonna come, and it did. That held point and was enough for them to take it. UAH taking the first point in fashion. The movement coming out from this roster is very stylistic, and I love to watch stylistic Overwatch. Arcadia gonna need to bump up the notches a couple in order to match the pace that UAH is throwing out.
Yeah, you kind of have to match the tempo. If you're not able to match the tempo, if you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen, right? And that's exactly what we're seeing at this point in time. And now this is a difficult one to try and take. And we see a lot of Symmetras teleport up top and really go for that brawn comp. Both teams bringing that one forward as Emerald and Latrick go all the way up. The contest already going forward. Walls being dropped in to maybe go in free space, but they're already trying to contest on the side. An Immortality field dropped. Paka and, of course, Crusher cleaning out the opposing sides. And the fight may all be on the objective, but no side has gotten that pivotal first kill until now. Emerald takes out the opposing doppelganger, Symmetra of Latrick. And now it looks like UAH had managed to brawl their way to take the point. RKO once again with a boop out of nowhere finds Bubba off the cliff, and a second one onto Pluto. Back-to-back right-click gaming from this side of UAH. They are uncontested on this first point.
RKO comfortable with these boops. However, I gotta say, when we're on this point, the double Symmetra turrets on point give me so much anxiety as a Reinhardt maid. I walk in there, and as you can see them walking in there, the turrets are going to do the damage, and they did. Emerald now sitting at 93, 95, 97% ult charge. The ult is up, and we're seeing the field come out almost immediately, pushing their advantage. Emerald's gonna take out 2. Thatch is going down. Paka's taking out Kojo, and UAH showing their dominance.
They are just unstoppable. Look at the decision to leave that D.Va D-macked and forced away. Now, that may be a decision that kind of gets taken away coming soon, right? With the fact that D.Va's remake now deals damage. Maybe you want to kill that. Maybe you don't want to let them have that remake. But they're going to do so. They're going to make the stagger have to come through, and they're going to have to rebuild that mech going forward. But UAH now at 56%, nearing that 60 to 75% margin. Still contesting so well against Arcadia, but here comes Latrix's wall, separating the map in half. Blizzard is ready as well if they want to drop it in to the objective, but Pluto will drop in. There comes the teleport, the May Blizzard, the D.Va bomb as well. They've dropped so much into it, but they're dropping the beat from RKO. Keeps the team that was only alive from an immortality field alive a little bit longer, and Paka finding 2 as MJ Reyes cleans up their opposing May.
When you have such a small area and so much going on, the coordination that comes out from either team's tank and support line is going to determine the pace of the fight to come. And Paka showing himself to be very comfortable on this May and dominating the point. We're now going to see the point get contested. It's 99%, and Arcadia needing to pull out the magic to pull this together.
Here comes Emerald's wall, separating this objective, splitting it in half, and they just got free reign to sit in that pocket. Nothing they can do, and the shatter from MJ Reyes really doesn't matter either. UAH, in a dominant fashion, will take first map in a way that I don't think very many of us initially anticipated. Lijiang Tower, it's theirs. UAH will take that in stride, but I guess the question now comes down to, what are they going to see on map 2? What hybrid will we see come to the table?
I'm not sure, but if it's anything like map 1, UAH is going to make this a short series for us at home. They are pushing their dominance, and we're seeing it from all players. We're actually play of the game is going to go to RKO. 2 environmental kills, 9 eliminations on the Lucio, and to the best kill streak in the game, Paka's 14 kill streak, 22 eliminations. As a support, he did half of the elims on the team, which is considerable.
Yeah, and I want to bring this forward here because it's a point that I think I don't want to leave it in the air. All right, it's a little bit serious.
Hit me with it. What is it?
It's not necessarily aimed towards you, but
Okay.
it is aimed towards somebody here watching today. Caroline, the Overwatch director, that's how a Lucio plays. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what Lucios are supposed to do. Actually get environmental kills. We literally bet on you to get environmental kills on your last game that we had the pleasure of casting. You didn't get a single one. We are so disappointed in you still about that. You won! I'm still upset about it, all right? That's what you're supposed to do.
Hey, my fault, you got a petting.
Infernosis, I will sit here and I will cast with you till the end of time. You're one of my favorite people here at the NECC, but I will not stand for you desecrating on Caroline like that. That is not okay. She is an amazing Lucio, and I dare you to take it back right now.
No, I prefer when she's mercy pocketing me as Widowmaker, sorry.
Of course.
It's all part of the plan to slowly get her to never play Lucio, so she only pockets me as Widowmaker. You know, so she goes in on Mercy. It's just I whittle away at her consciousness for playing Lucio. It's like, nah, better at Mercy. Just play Mercy. It's fine. You can just hold right click on me. It'll be fine. I wonder
if we'll see Arcadia develop the same strategy going into this next game. I don't know if the Lucio was enough, man. I feel like they're gonna need more healing pumped out to keep the team alive, because it was not that, like, as they say, that was not it, Chief. They were down bad. Looking into the hybrid side, it looks like Emerald is going to opt for defense first for UAH. The map, however, I'm not sure where we're going quite yet. What maps do you think we could see?
I'm not too sure. Hey, Caroline, I know I just made fun of you a second ago. Oh, all right, it's Blizzard World. All right, we got it. We're set up. We're good. All right, no worries whatsoever.
This just in. Carolina's gonna find Infernosis.
Oh yeah, she's gonna she is going to tear me a new one later, but it's fine. It's whatever. But I want to point out something here. Arcadia prefers to use Brawl Comp. They do. And when you run Brawl Comp, you need a Lucio behind it. You've got to have a Lucio behind it. You need the speed. You've got to get the tempo. You've got to supplement that healing elsewhere. But one big thing to keep in mind is UH prefers double bubble. They actually really like double bubble because they say they struggle with Ryan Brawl Comps. Which is interesting because they just devastated an Orion Brawl Comp.
Well, and that could be, definitely, and that could also be due to them switching around the players. I know we saw Paka on tank earlier this season, and I know that for sure because even in his role sheet, he's listed as tank, and he plays an amazing Reinhardt. So with them switching around the comp a little bit, maybe that's to the preference of their current main tank, Reyes, you know, MJ, or Iced Manta's taste. I don't know, but I would completely agree with you. The double bubble, it would be an interesting take to see against Arcadia because they've already shown that they have the dominance, right? They're able to push through with the brawl. Are they going to feel comfortable enough switching it up? I don't think so. We are going to see MJ pick the Reinhardt, Manta actually not choosing D.Va, instead opting on the Orisa pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too shocking to see them kind of switching it around. I want to point out, though, that Paka has been labeled in our notes as a Torben Genji man. And they were stuck to be that main line until they had found what they wanted to. And they've apparently found what they wanted in MJ. You know, in MJ Reyes, they definitely feel like they found that. And I think that is a good thing to have. And it's interesting to see how well their team will pan out. I know a lot of them are still going to be here. They don't have a single senior that is listed on their sheet for the UAH lineup, so they have a dominant series capability for the next few seasons. They have the ability to continue on this level of play and probably go even higher to maybe even an upper division and continue to try and fight there. It just, we'll see how it pans out.
I would agree with that.
Why is Latcher connecting a Storm Arrow off the bat into Emerald? That hurts really bad. But now it's UAH. They're going to have a man deficit, and they're going to have to switch it up. Emerald's going to switch to a Tracer, which we know they're good at. We've seen previously. That's really just a pick because you need to get back to the objective a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Latrick also has to push his advantage. He did get one kill. However, they're going to give him time to get back if they do not push this hard enough. Arcadia put up against the door, and we are going to see the Tracer try to dive the back line on the side of UAH. Not going to do much. Oh, we are going to see a massive pull from the Orisa as well, as Kojo's now looking to push in. However, he does not have the Zarya bubble to help him as it is down. And, sorry, not it's down. D.Va's here, and there is no Zarya.
Going a little bit too high, taking a lot of damage in the process, but the window is ready to increase the damage going forward. But Patrick once again connects into Emerald, and Emerald is now out for the count despite doing such a great job of dealing damage. And MJ Reyes is separated from the fight, not able to get heals. Bubba finishes this one off, and UAH not looking hot as this fight continues to snowball going forward. They're forced to take a step back. Massive shatter for Kojo, but slept from behind. RKO trying to keep their team in this one, but it's not looking so hot as Arcadia have put themselves in a strong suit. Bongos do come out. Orisa attempting to do their best to keep the damage going forward, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Pluto finds Emerald once again. Emerald just cannot make it back, and Paka finds Kojo. They're contesting. UAH and managed to get back onto the objective. It is a miracle at this point in time because Arcadia did not brawl aggressively enough.
Oh my lord, we are seeing the dimes flip the same way we saw in the last series with Fresno State Blue versus Concordia University. We're seeing Paka take a note out of Cherry's playbook and flipping these team fights on their head. Not to be outdone though, Iced Manta was able to hold the point, throw up the Fortify, and run through the Blizzard to secure the hold. What a hold from University of Alabama Huntsville.
Absolutely. They look really good right now. Of course, they did make it pretty far into this objective, but one thing to keep an eye out for is going to be Emerald, who has just not had a game, has not been able to stay alive for very long. If he continuously keep getting picked off, they need to make sure they don't have that problem. They're flanking back and around, but a shatter does come through from MJ Reyes, doing a lot of damage as Alex will clean up the kill to Kojo. And now they don't have that frontline tank. You're going to see Arcadia have to take yet another step back. Luckily, though, UAH has managed to keep Emerald alive, and that pulse bomb bomb is nearing ever closer on that ultimate sheet.
It's an interesting mechanic not having a Zarya with a Reinhardt on either team, because that's been the staple we've seen in the meta for the past couple of seasons, having that Rein Zarya for Brawl. And both teams are opting for a different off-tank instead, so those Reins are going to get shredded when they're looking to make the picks. We saw that just now with Kojo getting picked. However, Arcadia sitting on 4 ultimates. We're going to hear the self-destruct come out. Wow, Emerald's going to get picked as well, as Latrick looking to get a dragon off of his own. Is it going to hit anything? It is going to split the point, and Kojo looking to cap. Is it going to be enough? 39 health, it's not, and they are pushing their advantage. The Blizzard's going to come out, and they are backed into a corner. They're going to take the first point.
Yeah, UAH just not able to hold on, and they'll be staggered once again as MJ Reyes and Hullux are forced out for the count. Quite a bit delayed from their teammates, and now this payload to come through in this hybrid objective. I guess it comes down to this. Who can hold out in the streets phase? And while Arcadia does not have much time left, they've only got that 2.5-minute time sheet. It could go in UAH just winning 2, maybe 3 team fights and then stopping them short of this second point. But when Latrick is just given free reign to do so many storm arrow pot shots into the opposing team as they try to get the high ground, this Dragon Strike is going to get charged real soon, and we may just see yet another early pick. Emerald diving into the side. This is Emerald over and over again, Nuke.
Yeah, and Emerald's gonna get, wow, Emerald is gonna get nanoed and is gonna get the pick on Latrick, looking to push the card as much as he can. Arcadia is looking to group up, have some sort of defensive hold, and get their footing, because that's what we've been seeing all night with the snowballs. We are going to see the Tracer all come out. It isn't going to connect, though. Ice Manta almost getting saved, but as we've seen with the recent patch, the Bat Field is only going to save 10% of the health. That's not going to be enough, and MJ Reyes is going to get a massive Earth Shatter. Not much of a follow-up from him, though, but Emerald is going to pick it up on the Bat Swing. Is he going to take out Thatchman and Crusher? And they are going to continue this hold.
I think one of the big things to keep in mind was that Emerald was struggling so much on the control point hold, just getting picked off so early, and now is not. Now is completely finding themselves a position of being able to take 1 pick, take 2 picks, and just continuously put out the damage they need. I mean, this is fabulous. I think there's not another word for it. Emerald has kind of made that resurgence, made the comeback, not let those early deaths kind of go against them, play against them for a long enough period of time to really matter. Their mentality may have been down bad, but it doesn't matter now because their KD is up bad, and they are punishing Arcadia for any and all overextensions.
And Arcadia looking to push in now. They did get the boost up, but they are hesitating on this high ground. I'm not sure if they're waiting for a pick first, and that is going to be detrimental to them because Emerald is once again going to pick Latrick. Latrick got to be debating a switch at this point because Emerald is showing to be formidable on this Tracer. Emerald is also going to take out the Bat Field, the Bat Lamp. We're going to hear both fields come out on the high ground, and Kojo looking to push. Emerald is going to take out Pluto, and Emerald shining bright in this set.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a diamond in the rough, but I guess it's really an emerald in the rough, right? I mean, they weren't looking hot at the beginning, and now they're looking sparkling, they're looking clean. That is a clean cut gem right there. They're unstoppable, and they will actually make the switch off of Tracer. They're now on McCree, and that's going to be pretty devastating as well. You've got the fight on point. You've got UAH continuing to try and contest. Kojo, who had the beat drop from Crusher, is now losing that overheal. And now this Diva Bomb does come through. Bubba not able to find any impact off of it. Only getting Ice Manta's Diva mech as well. But a Shatter combined with the Nano finds impact. With a Shatter does so much damage and so much concussing. UAH will be able to stop it. Not on the control points, but only about 64 meters in on the payload.
Wow, and what a hold. It's very rare that you actually see that corner held on Blizzard World. You're usually able to push the advantage and get that steamrolling, snowballing from that point, but they're showing that they had a strong defense. It's crazy to me, Emerald showing all of the value on that map, and you have to, I know for sure, behind the scenes, I saw Paka just sitting there, just giving the thumbs up to MJ on that final Earth Shatter, connecting with 3 and really causing the end of that push from Arcadia. We are now going to see Arcadia on defense, and UAH showing that, you know, they have the offensive pressure.
Absolutely, and I'm just going to say it right here. UAH, if they pull out the double bubble like we are seeing right now and letting Paka pick up the Genji like they made in play, then this could be pretty quick for them to take this control point. This could be pretty quick going forward. I mean, they're bringing Brigitte. They're bringing out RKO back in the Ana. They're full committing to this. I'm ready for a rally to come through and for them just to steamroll and speed through. Arcadia is going to have to pray that Pluto can put these walls up to slow them down just a little bit further, and they're going to have to pray that Latrick can connect with enough headshots to make it difficult for Paka and Emerald to overextend and find picks.
No, that's a very good point. I would have to agree as well, because if they are able to overextend and find the picks, that's going to be all she wrote. That's going to be it for the series. Looking at it, Ice Manta gonna make the switch over to the Winston and trying to push this high ground. Gonna get some damage off. Pluto is gonna get antied, but it's not gonna be enough. Halix and RKO gonna look formidable on this Ana Brig combo, as you said, Infernosis.
Yeah, you gotta worry about whoever can substantiate an early pick, and obviously seeing Emerald and Ice Manta finding two of their own, but Kojo refrags back out. The Winston of Ice Manta. The Emerald's gonna have to take a step back, forced to retreat for the big health pack, and
Someone's
they're
looking
looking
out
to maybe try and get a little bit more of a congestion, catch a player that they've already killed outside of their own spawn. That would be pretty dirty to go through, but not enough heals on sight because of this. Paka finds a dash into Kojo. Crusher a little bit off guard now as they're forced to speed around trying to find success. The team met Diva once again. They're trying to get the players in their own spawn. Emerald just being so devastating, but already on point. MJ Reyes and Paka finish off the trifecta. At that point, pretty handily in UAH's favor.
Yeah, we are going to see Reyes switch over to the Zarya to back up Iced Manta's Winston, and I really think that worked well for them. Looking at this push now, I think this is going to be the end of the map. They have 5 minutes on the shot clock. They have a very short amount of space to take, and Paka getting all of the kills, man. He got at least 5 kills on point in that team fight. That mixed with having Emerald in the back line, stopping any of Arcadia's chance to come back with their healers. That was all she wrote for the defense. Now they just have a little bit more, a little nudge, if you will, to get it straight to the point they need.
Now, I want to point this out. With Paka being a Genji now, if we do see UNA make it through, UNA's best DPS player is a Nano Boost of Genji. So we could see that come through because we have RKO and Nano available. They may just pop that on the Ice Manta congestion. But there comes a massive shatter connecting to 3. Immediately grabs back. Here comes the Nano boosted Genji, I believe. No, RKO dies before they could. But it does not matter. Paka finding 2 on top. Takes out the Immortality field. Now demeching Bubba. And they're continuing this massive rain. Paka cleaning up the kill. And Pluto felled as well. UAH continue their reign. Map 2 in their favor. We're going to map 3.
UA, as many of you will know, is where heroes are made, and UAH is showing that very strongly today, as Paka is just a force to be reckoned with. Blade combo at the end was too much for Arcadia. They couldn't do anything off of it. We are going to see play of the game go to Latrick from a very strong grab dragon that they were able to get off of point. But even so, University of Alabama Huntsville really showing that they want this bad, now 2-0 in the series.
Absolutely, and if we do see it go all the way leading up to that finals, and if we do see UNA also win their matchup to go to the finals, I want Paka back on DPS. I don't want to see Paka on tank. I don't want to see him on it. I really don't, because I want to see the Genji, the fight. Because, to be frank, it really is a DPS difference between UAH and UNA, that Battle for Bama team. Sorry to continuously mention this Battle for Bama squad, but that was the most spectacular match we've seen all season for this division. By far. I mean, this match...
I would agree with you.
Yeah, it was such a fun match to behold, and despite UNA having team kill after team kill, UAH just wins it. Wins all 3, takes in a spectacular fashion. We may see a repeat of that, but every moment is not dull. Every moment is fun and enjoyable and constant action. I need to see that from Arcadia right now. Even if they lose this next map, I want to see them contest in a point that UAH cannot fight back against, and at least see them struggle, at least see them sweat a little bit, and I'm just not seeing that from Arcadia right now.
They're getting so close. They're like on the cusp of winning these fights. However, RKO's healing is just out. I feel like it's outdoing everything that they're throwing at it, because RKO is in the position to not only take the team from almost nothing and bringing back all of their healing. He's getting picks as well, and that's that's what's going to separate those healers. That's going to be the diff. I would have to agree
usually, but it's been an Ana.
Yeah, it was Ana in this last map.
It's weird because usually you think of a Baptiste to get kills and also dish out healing, but no, it's an Ana who does more healing.
Yeah,
is a little bit less, I guess, DPS based. It's really single
you have to be
that burst,
because you can't do both, right?
Yeah.
With Baptiste, you're able to at least switch your weapon type, so you have two different types of ammunition to use. With Ana, it's the same ammo for everyone. These hands are for everyone, baby.
Either way, we're going to head to a short break in between map 2 and map 3. We'll be right back with a little bit more dumb antics. I actually think we're heading to Hanamura next, so stay tuned for that one. So really glad to go back to it, but stay tuned. We'll catch you guys in 5 short minutes.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
Well, howdy, folks, and we are back with the best action that you've seen in collegiate. I am the trigger, and I'm here with the finger himself, Infernosis, and we're here to fire on y'all for the University of Alabama Huntsville versus Arcadia set. It is the first seed versus the fourth seed. We're going to go into game 3, and it's going to be Hanamura. Infernosis, tell me, as always, my friend, what are your predictions?
Well, as the finger, as the apparent finger, as I have been labeled, hopefully a appropriate finger, then I'm gonna go ahead and say probably UAH in the way that we've seen them be so far. Even if UAH is not able to cinch this one out and clean it up, I think they'll get it on the next map, and it's because a lot of communication was with Arcadia. They just they aren't cleaning up the team fights. Even the ones they win, they aren't cleaning them up in the way that they should be. And they're paying the price because of it. They're losing fights, and they're just allowing UAH to make that return back into it, and it's costing them. And the cost really just comes down to losing the map.
100%, and the cost is so much more at a deficit as well for Arcadia, as we found over the break that Bubba is in fact indeed, as we predicted earlier, a sub for Arcadia. So that you hate to see that in the final, or in the playoffs leading into the finals, really what's on the line for the finals for Arcadia, but they're doing what they can with what they have. And honestly, if they were able to tweak a couple of things, I could see them come back in this set. However, if this game 3 is going to be anything like games 1 and 2, UAH is going to run for the hills with this one.
Absolutely, and I'd love to see a player on Arcadia UAH take the flank a little bit more. We noticed that a little bit for Emerald to try and flank around his Tracer to kind of catch the rear off guard. And I'd love to just see that, and I'd love to see them continue to try to do that, because one of the big things I love to see in Overwatch is a player that can catch the flank really well. Because, of course, one of my main games I cast is Rainbow Six, and you actually have to dedicate an entire person's role to watching your flank, to watch players that are roaming and catching you off guard. I mean, you dedicate entirely for that. There's operators made just for that. I want to see heroes in this game that can do that same thing. I want to see your Tracers and these Genjis dash through, find themselves behind the opposition, and just catch these support lines off guard. If Arcadia can pull that off and take RKO or Holix out for the count, then that might just be it. That might just be the end-all be-all. They just need to do that one thing.
If you keep getting caught on the dive, like we're seeing Arcadia get caught on with University of Alabama Huntsville's dive, what's the strat? It's counter dive. You gotta run counter dive. Kojo almost losing his life, having only 12 HP and bringing it back from the depths. Crusher and Thatchman are gonna make sure that he is gonna be able to be alive to push in here. Bubba looking to push with the D.Va, and they are gonna hold this corner. It's a strat that we've seen as old as time on this map, really since the first season of Overwatch. If you're able to hold this door, there's not much that can be done from it. However, Pluto's gonna put up a wall and get caught on the rotation. MJ Reyes and Paka gonna take out the team. Iceman and Emerald following up. All members of University Alabama Huntsville wanting the kill tokens in this map.
What a great way to start off that push. It was a great idea from Arcadia to take the step up, wall off, and try to take into the side room, but it doesn't work out because MJ Reyes dropping a shatter, finding so much success, and just the rest of their team, this UAH squad, just cleaning up where they need to. It doesn't get better than that. It doesn't look better than that, and it's exactly what we had the pleasure of watching right there. Using Pocket drop these mines going forward, knocking up the tank line. It allows for Emerald to find Latrick below, but RKO continues to spree as well, finding Thatchman, and Pocket finds a second into Kojo. On fire, and Riptire ready will take the high ground position. Maybe looking to trying to take the high ground position. Maybe looking to get a Riptire snuck in from behind. They don't need a Tracer to do it. Maybe they just need the individualistic Riptire to do it instead.
We are going to see Thatchman has his Batfield, so throwing that up in this window can be everything. Ooh, Paka is going to be able to take out Crusher, though, and oh my lord, Emerald finding Kojo with the headshots. I'm hearing the tinks coming through the headset. It's just music to my ears.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing better than hearing that noise. And I know you don't get to hear that noise yourself often here in Nuclear. Neither do I. I mean, let's be honest. You usually cast and don't play.
You're a Widow main, of course you do.
Yeah, I never. It's just body shot for days. It's like the biggest insult you can give to a Widow player. No, I mean, in all honesty, it's pretty interesting to see just how well UAH's side is shutting down the push Arcadia is attempting. We saw the flank player Pocket playing with the Riptire, finding out Crusher, which then removes the speed Arcadia needs to get through this hold. And to make it worse, one mistake, and Emerald, who's on that high ground with that high noon, one mistake of letting one player get away from your shield and not being able to keep that shield up, and Arcadia's done again in another fight. There's so many small things Arcadia has to do, and you're just not giving them answers.
Oh my lord, Emerald waiting for the ult from Bubba, not giving him the time to come back in mech, and he is gonna find a kill. Paka and Emerald tag teaming the entirety of Arcadia University and not allowing them through the gate. We are gonna see Ice Manta go up top for Pluto's head. Wants it on a stake. Oh, we're gonna see the Earth Shatter for Solo Shatter on Pluto, and we are gonna see an interesting beat come out from Crusher, trying to save his comrade in arms. It's not gonna happen though, and Alabama Huntsville looking to still hold the door. We hear Arcadia knocking, and they're ignoring their calls.
I mean, this is drastic at this point in time. They've got to find something. Arcadia has not been able to substantiate themselves in attack. They have no way to push themselves forward. Ice Manta now back with the Diva Bomb, I believe. Can drop it going forward, but the last time we saw this, Latrick, last time we saw a Diva Bomb, it was Bubba's, and it was just immediately countered by a High Noon, which Latrick has as well. But the Shatters will be traded through. Kojo going for theirs. It does not find that much success, and Emerald will be able to find Kojo in the process off the top of it. But objective being contested, Pluto does get the Blizzard off before being denied by Ice Manta. Here comes the Diva Bomb. It's going to knock a couple away, but here comes the dropping of the beats. RKO keeping the team alive. You can hear that Riptire rearing its ugly, ugly head, just tearing down and hunting, finding one onto Thatchman, and it's just Kojo. And at that point in time, UAH, they secured it.
Wow, the bag has been secured by UAH, and we saw Pluto hold that Blizzard for a majority of the round. Really, had that been used a little bit earlier to get them through the doorway, it might have been an entirely different fight on point, but once he got there, he threw the Blizzard. It did not matter because the opposition, it was 5 ultimates from University of Alabama Huntsville. They didn't care what temperature it was. They didn't care. They looked outside. They were like a bunch of Midwesterners, right? They went outside. They looked at the weather and they said, what doesn't matter? It doesn't bother me. And just was able to defend the point from there. You know, when you have 5 ultimates to 1, that's pretty much all she wrote at that point. But we are going to see the swap. They have to push here. They have to make it on point. But I am more than confident University of Alabama Huntsville is going to be able to do it.
Absolutely. And you talked about, it being a little bit cold and then looking at it and saying, nah, not a big deal. Every campus has those. I just want to point that out. It's just a dude you see in the middle of winter wearing shorts and in a short sleeve t-shirt. It's like, nah, I grew up in New York. This ain't that bad, but I mean, that is the visual representation of it, bringing it into Overwatch, showing that real world can be video game too, that's show it to your parents, it's like, hey, I'm learning things. Allow me to play video games past 10 p.m.
You know what we call that though? When they just are able to hold the entire first point?
What is it?
Oh, and it looks like we're now gonna see UAH on the offense saying, let me just sneak right past you, trying to get around you, get to the corn dogs on the other end of the table. They're gonna push through, and we are gonna see the full dive come out. We're seeing Paka on the Echo. We're seeing Emerald on the Pharah, and we're seeing Alex pocketing both of them. They're now on point, and fear nothing. Latrick is going to be able to take out Ice Manta, however, and it is going to be a mixed bag on point. Alex is going to get the rest on Ice Manta, and Kojo going to take out MJ.
Difficult fight to go forward. Emerald still trying to get damage boosting and find their own success, but when you've lost both tanks and it's just your DPS, it's a little bit difficult to do that. Now you've lost RKO, no Lucio to help assist, it's just Holix, and quite frankly, they're going to go ahead and reset. Emerald's taking a side step. They know they're safe. They can just continue to dish out damage and get the rest of that charge. Holix is safe as well. Pocket just take a drink down below, felling themselves off into the distance, and Emerald does find a pick on the Thatchman, and the opposing team doesn't have a mercy, finding a second on the Latrick. electric, now looking to step forward. We see the barrage drop in. It done so much success to Crusher. Players hiding everywhere, and they're going to continue the rain. UAH just one player away. This Sigma player, they will be taken out, and this objective will be taken. UAH cannot be stopped. Map 3 victory.
I have not had, I lie. I have poggers moments every time I'm on cast. But looking at it, Emerald gave me the biggest poggers moment I've seen all season. They got the push off of the top of Hanamura, got in position after getting 2 picks, and then cleared the entire point. What a play from Emerald, and we're now seeing a massive play as well from MJ swinging in that side room.
I mean, everything from UAH connected, it was just a lot of success. I don't think there's another way to put it. Just massive amounts of success that was just unbridled. There's nothing they could do about it, nothing they could face off against it. It was just uncontested. Arcadia, you made it all the way here to the semifinals. You bested your opposing team inside of the quarterfinals. You managed to take the W over Hawking in a nice 3-0 fashion, but unfortunately, UAH will 3-0 you in return. You had a good season, but it ends all here.
And not a season to be put down at all, right? It's almost as though they probably saw this coming, playing UAH in week 6, knowing what kind of competition they were up against, especially after last week. You know, they weren't able to really get much of playtime because they did win off of a forfeit. So the last time that they've played here in the NECC was against UAH, and to face them now in the playoffs, I can't even, imagine what was going through their heads pre-game. It didn't matter in the end. UAH pushed the opposition and was able to be a force to be reckoned with here in the Emergence Division, now going into the finals, #1 seed.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it's no shock to see a #1 seed make it through. There was just no one capable of being that upset. But they're going to have to face off against either UNA, North Alabama, or they're going to have to face off against Newberry. Both 2 teams that are exceptionally strong. Now, UAH, if I remember correctly, they 3-0'd both of those teams.
Yeah.
They did. They 3-0'd both those teams. But the UNA game was super close. I mean, it was constant back and forth. Map 3 was a little less close, but map 1 and 2 were really close. And with the whole season behind them now, because they had faced in week 5, week 6, with the whole season beyond that, a lot of experience, this finals is going to be something to go on. I mean, they faced Newberry in week 3. So no matter who they face, there's going to be a lot of time for them to have worked on stuff and continue going forward. It's going to be interesting to see how this will pan out. Now, I have a question here for our producer. Are we doing an interview here for a UAH player? All right. We will do a nice ad break, and then we'll jump into the interview. But my name is Infernosis, joined here by Nuclear. We'll be right back with an interview for you guys with one of the players from the UAH side. Stay tuned.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
And welcome back. We're back once more. I'm Nuclear, I'm the Trigger, and I'm joined by the Finger himself, Infernosis. Infernosis, I'm glad that I've had you on cast for the past couple of hours. And we're going to end out this cast very special. We're going to have RKO joining us for a player interview here very shortly. And I've got a list of things I'd like to ask on the horizon. However, looking at this past game, Infernosis, what are your thoughts? What did you think about this set that we just had?
How do I phrase this? Dang.
Dag, man.
Yeah, so what a really good game. Yeah, I mean, it really came down to a really good game for one side, unfortunately. Just UAH just was uncontested from where they were. Could not be felled in quick enough fashion. And because of the inability to clean up the end of fights, Arcadia, who was able to find picks and was able to play very well. I do think Arcadia played very well. They just weren't able to deal the finishing blow, and UAH paid the price for it.
You can play exceptionally, and it still not be enough. And I'm more than certain that's exactly what we saw today. Arcadia played exceptionally. It just wasn't up to the pace that UAH was setting the entire set. They were in their faces. It was unbridled, just aggression the whole entire time. And you know, in the end, that's what's going to take you to the finals, is being able to have a step ahead, a leg up of everyone else. And you mentioned earlier, you know, UAH is either going to play Newberry or they are going to play their rivals UNA in the finals. Both teams they have 3-0'd in the past. Looking back at their season, it's almost an intricacy to see the sets that they've come close to or lost. We saw in week 2 they did end up losing to Montana 1-2, and they won against Howard 2-1 in week 4. So the maps that they've had taken off of them, both teams are looking to play in the finals have not had the privilege of taking any maps off of this team.
Yeah. And the finals is going to be such an interesting thing to watch and behold. I'm very interested who is going to be casting that, because no matter what, I will be there to rep the South, I guess, because that's what, if it comes down to it. UAH, you know, they're from my state, so you know I'll rep them when it comes down to it. If they face off, you know, we'll go for it. And speaking of UAH, we'll also have our resident player we had talked about bringing in, RKO, I believe, ready to come into it. Yes, indeed, RKO, welcome to the voice channel here for this interview. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
Doing pretty good. How about you, Nuke there?
Oh, I'm doing amazing. I'm juiced after watching that game. Y'all got the sauce. That's for certain. You came to the barbecue ready and rearing to go. Tell me, RKO, on your sheet, and really throughout the series, we saw you playing a couple of different supports. Who's your main? Who are you most comfortable on?
I really enjoy playing Ana. That's probably the most comfortable for me. but a lot of times Lucio is just what plays best. But whenever I get the chance, I definitely like to pull it out.
For
Yeah,
sure.
you look spectacular in Ana the entire
Thank
night.
you.
And
I
usually when you
appreciate
think of a healer that can dish out DPS and get it done, elsewhere, you think of a Baptiste. But no, you were handling that as Ana very well. So congratulations to you. Congratulations to your team on the win. Question from me here when it comes to preparing now for the finals. You do realize you're either going to be facing off against Arcadia, you're going to be facing, Newberry, or you're going to be facing off against your in-state rival, University of North Alabama. What are you feeling having to face off against either of these sides?
I think we're kind of hoping to have a rematch against UNA. You know, when we played, we had a DPS player on main tank, and we like to play him when we have our actual lineup. So I think that would be fun to rematch them at our
You
full
already
strength.
beat them. Like, you're just flexing now. You already beat them.
I mean,
3-0, might I add.
I mean, it was close. The scoreline doesn't tell the whole story.
It was an
That's true.
extremely close game, yeah.
That is very true. And Infernosis and I actually both had the pleasure of being in chat during that game and
we
casting
casted
the
that
series.
game.
That's what I mean, being in chat. As in, we were in chat here, casting the game, talking about the game as it was happening. And I believe we got Paka for the post-game interview in that game. And that's the player that you were alluding to earlier, RKO, the DP or the DPS player having to play tank at the time. So going into the finals, if you're choosing to play against UNA, if that's the team that you have your sights set on, wanting to play your rivals again, what are some strats that you may be able to leak beforehand? Not getting too in depth, but things that you're looking to play. No, tell me what you're looking forward to playing.
I think we're just looking forward to playing kind of a comfort pick. This brawl seems to be something we've been pretty good at. Having MJ Reyes on the Reinhardt, he has some really good plays that just make me want to kiss him. It's just nice to see us going through with things like that and having fun with it.
You love the camaraderie.
We literally had the kissing conversation earlier for I think a different game. Actually, we're gonna be the one prepping for this game. I don't remember, honestly. We had that conversation. Just got to build that camaraderie. Make sure the team.
Pretty sure it was this series. Was it you in chat that said that we're looking to get some kisses in before the match?
No, that was probably MJ Reyes. That was just, yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. As I told Infernosis a little bit off stream, there doesn't go a night where I don't kiss my homies goodnight. You always got to, and
as it should be.
As it should be, exactly. So, really, RKO, I gotta know. You had some really clutch saves in this set. At what point in the set, on what map, were you most like, oh wow, this could turn very quickly?
Probably when we lost Point A on Blizzard World, we played it pretty sloppily. We kind of let their Hanzo just hold that high ground uncontested, but after that we made adaptations and we're completely comfortable. That was the only point that we really felt kind of out of place, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because you guys did lose that point very quickly. We were surprised behind the desk here to see that in action. But yeah, they did have a very competent Hanzo switching on and off. It was Latrick at some points. Some points I think it was Thatchman. But yeah, I think that's pretty much on my end all that I have in terms of questions. Infernosis, what spicy questions do you have for RKO?
All right, so first and foremost, I want to hear one phrase. What is your phrase you want to give to the team, whoever wins, to face you off in the finals? What is the phrase you're going to give them to strike fear into their hearts before facing off against you?
Look at the map differential. I mean, all I'm saying,
we beat you. Yeah.
I mean, we have a plus 21 map differential from the regular season. I think that should be scary in itself.
Maybe you didn't belong in this division? You think maybe that's maybe the results?
I mean, possibly. We're not really responsible for the placement. We just play the games.
Yeah. You guys have looked great all season. How much do you think your team has grown? Because you guys are, at least from our notes, you guys are a fairly young, school year-wise team. I mean, I don't think you have a single senior on your team. I think the oldest is Hollux, who's a junior. So
the only junior too.
Yeah. So based off that alone, do you guys think you have a really good future ahead of you for your Overwatch team?
For sure. Just in the few months that since this iteration of the team has kind of formed, we've really come a long way with synergies and just coordination and working together. And we're pushing it even farther. We're scrimming higher and higher. And yeah, I definitely think we can go even further. We've come a long way, and I think there's only more to go.
Even further beyond.
Well, I know
Going that far.
I know that your university is having their award show tomorrow, so good luck in whatever is going on there. I might tune into that. We'll see. I don't know too much, but I'll give you a second to talk about, who's been behind you, who you're thankful for, everything there. We'll give you the field for a second.
I mean, obviously, I want to thank my team. Somebody who I feel like doesn't get enough praise is Holix, our bat player. He was always talking about how he wants his airtime, and here you go, have it, enjoy it. Everybody does a really good job though on the team, and we also have our favorite coach on the sideline, Chris. He's a big part. He's somebody we all look up to. He really plays a good role in keeping team morale up.
Well,
Yeah.
Always glad to have you here. Thank you very much, and once again, congratulations, and we'll see you in the finals, man.
Thank you.
So this has been the NECC. Make sure to stay tuned. We've got another great matchup ahead of us, the last one of the evening. It'll be Fanshawe College versus St. Clair, and it's going to be the Champions Division, our highest division. It's going to be a very nice one. Be able to stay tuned for that. The first seed versus the fourth seed. So stay tuned. It will not be casted by myself and Unicorn here. Unicorn.
We're done.
Nuclear
Unicorn.
here.
Unicorn.
Just one of my go-to normal casters I cast with,
Never heard of him.
Yeah, you never heard of it. No, but it'll be done by the wonderful combo of Neely and Yellgrub. So make sure to stay tuned for that. It'll be a great one to go. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Nuclear, and we will catch you guys in the next one.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
And we're back with NECC College Overwatch with Fanshawe facing off against St. Clair College. I'm Neely here with Yelkrab. Yelk, what are you expecting to see here from these two teams tonight?
I think this is the only playoff game tonight that was probably already written before we even got to this weekend. Fanshawe, this is Champions Division. They've dropped one map all season long, and I don't think St. Clair is going to be up to the task today. I think it is going to be a 3-0 for Fanshawe. You know, I'm a doubter on St. Clair. I hate to be a doubter, but Fanshawe has just looked too strong all season. Like I said, only lost one map. Neely, St. Clair in their notes said that they can't really adapt outside of Brawl Comp. How big of an issue is that in today's Overwatch on the current patch?
Well, from what I've seen all season while watching these college teams face off in the Gladiators division right down to the lowest division that we have here, if you can play monkey dive stuff, if you can at least flex to that occasionally, you're usually the better team and you can be more flexible. And when you are forced that Rhine brawl, unless you're just dominating and taking care of that dive stuff, which is very hard to do with that composition, you kind of just get caught and you usually drop a map or two. And there's only a few maps that get played, 3 and you're done here. So if you can't swap to that monkey and there's specific high grounds that you have to get to, could prove to be fatal here for St. Clair.
Yeah, also in the playoff format, the losing team does get the map pick every time. So if they know that a team has a tough time adapting outside of Brawl, they can pick a map like Watchpoint Gibraltar, or they could ban a map like Kings Row if they're on the other side of the map picks. But there's a lot of ways you can really play around teams that have weaknesses like that. Fanshawe, not one of them. St. Clair, it's going to be very tough. They're going to really have to hope for a Brawl-heavy map pool tonight to pull out a win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing with playoffs. It's not like a set map pool. You can't go, oh, this is our week. We're going to win this game against this good team. It is going to be all picked by the teams here. But that ban thing that you're talking about, I love that format for this. It gives the winning team something. They don't get quite the advantage of picking whatever map they want, but they can go, hey, you don't get to play your best map, especially if they've done their scouting. I know like coaches like, Boise State in our Gladiators division, Doc was talking about how he scouts out all the teams. He knows many of the teams, but a team like Midland hid their stuff well. So that is also a strat outside of the game, is hiding strategies. And if you have a good coach that checks all that stuff, you can kind of game plan a team and then know what maps they cannot play.
Yeah, and Midland was actually very vocal about how they hide their strats. Chatter in a post-game interview was like, yeah, we kind of just memed a little bit in the regular season, especially against the tougher teams we were going to play, because we knew we were going to see them later on down the road. They pretty much had their playoff spot guaranteed for a while. But that is an interesting strat that pretty much they're the only ones that are vocal about running it. But yeah, good on you to bring that up, because not everyone knows that that's a big brain tactic, just thinking about the end game in playoffs early on in the season.
Yeah, no, definitely. If you're already got a spot locked up for the playoffs and you don't really care too much about your seeding, you feel confident as a team, you don't have to pull out all the stops on the last 2 games so that you can really bring it in playoffs. The downfall to that can be, maybe you don't show up because you haven't been playing any real matches and you kind of, stunt your own growth. But, I don't think teams that scrim as much as these teams do come unprepared. They prepare so much every week for every team that they have. It's not going to be, oh, we came out flat because we were kind of trying to hide stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a very high level of play, especially with tonight's last matchup being a Champions Division 1. One of the players to watch on Fanshawe is Matt. Typically, he plays Echo. In fact, he's like very well known amongst this division for his Echo. She recently received a big nerf on the end of her ultimate where she won't get her hit points back to full. It'll be at whatever she casted the ultimate at. So a lot of Echoes use that ult as a second life, a way to escape and get a lot of value, but that's no longer a factor. So we're going to see if Matt chooses to play a different hero because of that change, or if they stay on what's been working for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we didn't see much Echo today when we casted Gladiators, but this is a step down from Gladiators. Potentially, you could look at these teams and say Echo's still good. You can't say Echo's a bad character. Her ultimate just isn't as much of a get out of jail free card. It still is, though, in the fight when it matters, because if you're able to go in and win that fight, it's not going to matter that you don't have that health that you lost as you were going in to win that 1v1 or whatever you were trying to do by using that ult to save your own life. If you finish the fight, you don't really need that health. You'll get healed up by your team anyway.
Yeah, and he's already got a DPS duo in Trev that plays pretty much primarily hit scan for this team. They are one of those teams that sets it up very officially, that they have a flex DPS and a hit scan. You see that more and more as the ranks get higher, but this is a team in Fanshawe that really does that to a T. Trev, known for the Ash, known for the Widowmaker, the McCree, doesn't really flex off hit scan too much. We could see it today. Fanshawe does like to have a little fun when things are going their way, and this could be pretty much their only chance in the playoffs for that to be the case here against St. Clair. But we're going to open things up here on Ilios. Neely, your favorite Ilios point of all time, especially as a Reinhardt player. Ilios, well, what do you have to do as a tank to make sure you don't take a dip fight after fight?
Well, you got to block. I mean, if someone was to run Roadhog, you got to make sure you block those hooks. But ideally, you just want to get to their side. If you're going to run Brawl, and, you know, we already talked about how St. Clair is a Brawl-heavy team. That's kind of their default. They're going to have to go to the opposite side of the well. They're going to have to have their pathing all set up and ready to go. And if you look right now, it's looking like Fanshawe is going to try to come out on maybe some double bubble stuff. I can't imagine we're going to see the Hog Monkey, but you never know. The Animal House comp, Yelk, your favorite.
The Animal House comp, exactly. That honestly could get some playtime here on Ilios well, and maybe not ever again, especially when you're gonna couple Magic Otter and Matt. That's a incredibly deadly combo. Echo and Winston really sync up those jump and the fly cooldowns. We talked about that in our games earlier, but we're gonna see which composition ends up faring better, the Ash or the Echo. Matt is just known for this hero about the league. You gotta watch out for his unrivaled aggression. Gotta be going in there with Magic Otter and Trev pretty much simultaneously. But right now, Fanshawe just positioning around the back right of this point, challenging St. Clair now, as St. Clair plays very compactly in on his back. The left side is gonna be Magic Otter overstepping his bounds and going down early to Apostle, but it's really just a ton of team damage we saw from St. Clair, playing this double bubble a lot more like a Brawl comp, and that is honestly what I like to see. It's not so much a dive always. You can really elongate some fights on this comp, and they did just that, finding 3 kills and the first point.
Really well played right there. Prince Wada, I've watched both these teams. I feel like I've watched all these teams so far that I've been casting, and Prince Wada is a great main tank, great Winston player, followed up with by Apostle on that Zarya. Great tank line here for St. Clair. And look, they're not playing Brawl here, Yelk. They're on the double bubble. They've clearly practiced it.
Like you were saying, this can be kind of a Brawl comp, and they're definitely playing it in a slower pace, using their cooldowns a little more effectively. But here they get stuck in a corner. Yuffie and Matt both finding a kill. Prince Wada and Info falling. That is the front line and your main support gone. Commander falls shortly after the folks that need from Matt. Apostle buys their team a little bit of ground, but I don't think it's going to be enough. It's just available on this back side of the point. He will be dealt with by Matt.
Well, that's a good start here for St. Clair, taking 42% on what you consider not their favorite meta comp to play. But either way, Fanshawe is going to take this over. They're going to have a whole bunch of ultimates, just about all of them except for Moon's Graviton Surge. Matt's going to be looking to use this copy early, I would imagine, because you don't want to take that damage. You want to make sure you're full health when you go into this ultimate now.
Yeah, and I want to be spectating him for this too, because this is really the first look at Echo we've gotten on this new patch. Goes in now, planks on him, McCree. He's going to have 180 HP when he gets back in the mix, but he's able to make it out in time. The kills finally coming through here for the Fanshawe tanks.
Fantastically executed right there. It was a bit of a tough copy. I think he tried to land up and take out the McCree that he copied, falls down, gets focused, but when everybody turns around, everybody on Fanshawe rushes in there, dives in with the Winston bubbles, and takes everybody out. So great follow-up from his team right there, even though he probably didn't get the copy he was 100% looking for in the kills, because he really just went in there, took the damage, fed, but his team followed up on that aggression.
Certainly right, and this fight is going to be up to most likely Kale to find an early tick with that pulse bomb, but the rally coming up from Ant going to keep his team alive, hopefully through this Graviton Surge. Both of them now traded out as Apostle commits theirs, but it's going to be the DPS for Fanshawe, connecting with that Graviton Surge, finding Prince Wada available with headshots each, making that rest of the fight pretty easy work for Fanshawe. 75% nearing final fight territory, nearly.
Yeah, and Matt already has this copy again. That is devastating. Only gonna have the Primal Rage for the touch. Maybe gonna be able to get a Nano after he comes out of the Primal here. But Fanshawe has wins the duel in the sky on Bailable. Get out of his sky. He's got the pocket. They invest the pocket in Matt because he's such an all-star.
Matt is King Bird, finally using that copy now onto the Winston. Winston does get nanoed. Prince Wada popping the Primal and getting the nano, able to batter down Acrio. Trev also not able to win the duel against Kale, so this is a 4 versus 4 fight as St. Clair just tries to stay alive in this first point of Ilias. Final fight territory and overtime ticking down as 2 kills come in for Fan Shaw. Overtime bleeding down fast now. Someone's got to get a touch. Kale gets killed right before he could get there by Matt, and it's going to be Fan Shaw going up ahead 1-0 here on Ilios.
He got caught chasing that Winston a little bit. Did a good job though, making them want to go kill him. He was 40 HP. Both Prince Wada and Kale invested their resources to go get him and weren't quite able to make it back in time, but I would still say that was rather decisive from Fan Shaw out there. They went in, they gave up first percentage, but once they got it, they locked it down and they just farmed their ultimates like nobody's business. But now, St. Clair moving over to what we talked about, their brawl comp, going to be going with that Rhine Sigma. We saw a bit of it earlier, not a whole ton of success with it, but this sim is going to get them there very quickly.
Both teams opting for the Symmetra to get them out of spawn. 2 shields on the side of Fan Shaw. That could prove to be fatal, or could just bolster up their defenses on this first point. As they get there quick, they're going to just set this bunker up, but it's going to be Fan Shaw not rushing things. Magic Otter looking like he's going to engage, but really just posturing behind this natural cover leading into the point, waiting for his DPS to get some off angles. Matt does close in on that Kale and gets the elimination. Now it's Trev closing in on Commander, and that is the Baptiste dealt with, no damage taken. Cruising around right now, and you gotta love this mercy play from Acrio as well, pocketing these DPS. These are quick flanking DPS. The stick lands. Trev, you might have fallen off the map, but man, you made your mark.
Yeah, he just kept on that outside part of the point, poking in. Every time he found a low target, he just laid those pulse pistols into him, and then when he finally farmed up the ultimate, just finished it off onto the Reinhardt. And, you know, a little tactical reset, as I like to call it, you know, for some reason.
Very well done, and now Fan Shaw has some ultimates set up to hold this point. Matt has that copy seemingly on cooldown, which is incredibly dangerous. Looking at the composition of St. Clair, that could be a Graviton Surge, a High Noon, a Nano Boost, an extra rally, pretty much anything as Fan Shaw deals with the support of St. Clair. Again, moving in. It's a 4 versus 3, as Available was able to find a quick 2K onto both Trev and Acrio. Pretty dangerous looking fight, but Matt makes it look very, very safe and secure in his hands as he copies the Zarya and steps right up into spawn, sends a Graviton Surge as well, and should be able to take out that McCree from range. Magic Otter making it a no-doubter. They wanted that kill on Available.
That's such a hard ultimate to build up to for Matt. He's able to get that Graviton Surge, even though you charge him so quick. Speaking of Graviton Surges, here comes another one, and they're just going to hold him right in the spawn here. Bubbles are out, and the dive is in. Oh, Magic Otter going to get whip shot off by Imp. Great play. Going to just absolutely dismantle the disrespect play.
Yeah, and you got to do that first map of the game. You can't let that fly. Great job from St. Clair to just bust out of their own spawn. They should get a flip here, but Fan Shaw's not going to be that far away in the recontest.
No, absolutely not. And, you know, they got it back at 75% here for Fan Shaw, and that's great. So if you lose the point again, you're still going to get another potential ultimate fight to retake. Ooh, but an early pick onto a Creo. Well done by Prince Wada, just holding that high ground and just taking that Mercy right out of the sky.
That's a very crucial pick, too. They have an awful tough time getting Matt healing, and he likes to play Echo very aggressively. You can see Tracer goes in. Now Trev gets another stick onto Imp. On fire with those pulse bombs. Matt able to clean up Command as she falls. And it should be another flip coming through for Fan Shaw, but they've got to keep Magic Otter alive as he falls awfully low, but the kills have come through just in time.
Yeah, so swiftly taken back, but the Primal Rage trying to get a little more percentage out of it, but handled quickly by Trev. Matt's gonna have this copy once again. They're gonna be coming up on the Graviton Surge, and the Primal Rage should be able to pull this one out, but Imp with the rally, the thing that can win any fight possible in Overwatch, and a quick pick onto Magic Otter.
We're going to see Matt copying the Diva, maybe one of the most dangerous copies in the game. Doesn't get the remake in time either. That's an extra 250 damage these days on the budget. Matt now 18 HP, has to get away, but duel now with Available. He's got all sorts of armor. It's not going to be a touch coming through from St. Clair, though, and Fan Shaw will steal this first map, and it seems like we were robbed of a final fight there.
Yeah, but I mean, I kind of thought at first Magic Otter fed a little bit there, but I guarantee the game plan was if we can push up, take a fight, and get some picks, then we can farm up the Graviton Surge and just hold them right off the point. That's exactly what they did with or without Magic Otter. He kind of just was the spearhead to that engagement, and Matt just went in with that copy, and the second he did that copy, I was like, oh my god, the remake on the copy is better now too. I completely forgot about that because we haven't seen the Echo today.
No, it's interesting how that change also slightly buffed Echo, because we all know that if there's a D.Va on the enemy team, that's who you're going to copy on Echo. You can maybe build up 2 D.Va bombs, and there's pretty much nothing that can zone better in the game than that. And then, of course, if you're rumbling in the jungle and you're right in the midst of the other team, you can call in that remake and maybe find a 2K. I mean, that would be an incredible surprise to get an Echo copy remake 2K.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty wild, because that's the thing with Echo copies. Even though it's been nerfed a little bit from your prior health, you can still go hard when you ult. So you can actually go for those remake kills and not really care if you get taken out, because, you know, whatever happens, happens. You're probably remaking in the middle of the team anyway with how you cap as it is.
I want to think about how they could set that up. If the other team is running a D.Va and you guys are on double bubble, that means you're going to have the Grav and the D.Va remake combo. Probably the only composition you can actually make it work that's not a throw comp with only Zarya and D.Va. Maybe that's what they do. If we see that tonight, I'm going to be the happiest caster in the world.
Yeah, I want to see the 4K live on stream. That would be fantastic. Feel like we're not going to see it though, because it just seems like a...
But that is the way.
Yeah, seems like a long walk for a drink of water, or whatever that saying is. I don't remember. Maybe you do. Either way.
Walk for a short drink of water?
Something like that. Either way.
Well,
just waiting. What's that?
Sorry to cut you off, but
No,
I was just
good.
going to say that map kind of proved to me that it's going to be most likely a Fanshawe taking this one. Even when they were giving up fights, it seemed like they were giving up fights pretty much next to the spawn door, going as aggro as possible, seeing what they could get away with. And it was a lot. Going into the next 2 maps, I think that's given them pretty good odds to lock this one down and move on to the finals for Champion Division, which is right where they belong.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that obviously this whole Fanshawe roster is very solid, but Trev and Matt are just the absolute all-stars. They make it so that these dives look easy. Magic Otter, I think we've gotten an interview from these guys. I know Magic Otter calls all of their engages, but at the end of the day, Trev's in position on Tracer, and Matt just always seems to just kind of find kills on this Echo pick. And nerf or no nerf, why would you not play Echo if that's what you're going to do in this division? I know Matt is definitely one of the best DPS in this entire division, and he plays on the best team, and I don't think that's a coincidence.
Yeah, and just the extra value that Trev gets out of Tracer too, because not all Tracers can stick those pulse bombs, especially not onto the prime target, that is the Brig, in this case Imp. Fight after fight, almost had that pulse bomb on cooldown, it seemed like, on Ilios Lighthouse, and he was not missing Imp, and if it wasn't going on Imp, he was making sure it was landing on somebody's back, and then dives were going in on top of those pulse bomb targets. Really just, Trev is one of the most active DPS players in Champions Division, if not the most active. I think he's only competing against Matt in that regard. But these two are just in perfect sync all the time.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just when you run dive comps, I mean, we've played on some small, minor kind of team things, some scrims and stuff, and it's always so nice when you just have DPS players that are just always doing things, and Matt and Trev are those 2 guys that are just always doing things. But if you want to see any possible light to this game, I mean, this St. Clair team they're not bad. I mean, they're coming out and they're winning fights. They made that last one close. We saw a far not as close game, whatever I'm trying to say, but they're going to come here and play with them. And sometimes once you get off of control, you can potentially find a little more footing in this game. I do know, I'm almost positive that Fanshawe is going to come out here and run the double bubble defense and attack. I could be wrong. It's a different meta. It's a different time than when I spectated them last. But I know the last time I saw them, they played double bubble on defense here, and they executed it to a full hold. So we're going to have to see what they can do here today, Yelp.
Yeah, this is another map that I've actually gotten the chance to cast Fanshawe on, and it was double bubble. It might have even been with you. I can't remember if it was with you, but It probably had to have been.
Hard to remember. So,
it was
so
pretty much
many different
Matt
casts.
going over the top with Magic Otter, and they never even let them get to the point. There was never a fight that took place anywhere but just the main choke. So it's going to be very tough for St. Clair to find any ground to stand on in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, oh, no, that's not going to happen. Every time I see these things, well, there is a couple of sim TP strats that you can pull off on this map. I'd be very interested to see if they could get this sim TP to the coffee shop with the Bastion double shield. They have the Mercy and the BAP. I mean, I'm just a dreamer here, Yelk, but I would love to see it. I mean, double bubble's not good against Bastion. That's for sure. But Echo is.
No, it's not. They would have to take the high ground to set up Bailable.
Yeah.
And they might be able to do it with the Symmetra. That's clearly the plan here. But still, this FanShot team, they know how to execute a pinpoint dive comp, and they will have to do it in this first fight. They could get surprised.
They might get a bit surprised, but Bastion shooting the gun a bit, probably already alerted the troops. TP goes right up onto that Ana. Anti-nade finds almost everybody. Bailable gets set up, takes out Trev early, takes out the monkey. Bailable doing what he came here to do, and that's kill absolutely everybody on FanShot.
Yeah, Bailable just got knocked deep into the coffee shop there. I'm not sure they were expecting the Bastion to end up on that far side staircase. No one could get to him, and he was able to shoot multiple targets. Now he's teleported across to the opposite high ground, but in the meantime, Matt is doing all in his power to keep FanShot alive. He's found 3 kills so far on his own, has a Mercy Pocket from Acria, so I guess it's not all on his own, but still, rather unhelped, he is keeping the Falcons alive in this fight.
Yeah, and what more do you want Bailable to do than find 2 right off the bat, but Imp is going to find a res as well as a Creo, so 2 reses coming out, and Matt still shelling in there, just blowing them all up in the small room. Stickies find everybody in the beam to finish off Imp swiftly. Jeez, this guy is unbelievable.
Yeah, he is a menace. I mean, already standing out as the player of the match. It seems like every time FanShot plays, that is the case. He is another level as far as talent goes on this team, and this is a team with a pretty stacked roster top to bottom, but game in and game out, it is just Matt on this one hero making a massive difference. But the shatter comes through, and that is going to be what St. Clair needs to get in this point. They've got to get those tank ults, make some space. Matt can't get this shatter off. This is dangerous right now. Spins around, 360, finds the Lucio and the McCree, but he will get taken down by the Reinhardt. Prince Wada escapes and gets a kill with the focusing beam on the tail. And FanShot, they don't want to give up on this fight just yet.
They don't want to give up, and we know Matt's not going to give up. He keeps finding picks. They can't locate his Mercy, and if they can't locate his Mercy, Matt's movement's too good to get taken out. He's just shelling damage into these tanks. He's going to get now a DMAC. He's gotten 3 again in an almost lost fight here, Yell. Finally, the May from Bailable is what's going to take him out, and now Kale takes out a Creo. The dynamic duo is put to rest, and now the rest of the team is going to have to try to come back and swing this one, but it doesn't seem likely.
No, they're not able to do it in the end. St. Clair do capture the first point here on Hollywood, and they manage to save not just the Blizzard, but Prince Wada is also going to have that shatter up online. Trev switches over now to the Bastion, so if they were having a tough time dealing with Matt, well, they can't spend all of their time looking at him anymore. Trev is a serious threat on these high grounds.
He really is a threat, and Matt is just going to be patrolling around. Oh, but he gets picked again. Kale finally finding his number a bit, and if he can keep that up, Matt's going to be having a tough time.
A Graviton Surge does find a window. It didn't look like Apostle was going to let that one through, but he wasn't able to eat it in the end. Matt now going aggressive with a Baptiste copy, throws down the Immortality Field to keep himself alive. Has worked up that Matrix, but he will get pinned by Prince Wada. Prince Wada doing the best job out of anyone on the St. Clair team dealing with these Echo copies.
Yeah, I mean, if I went for that pin, I would have booped that copy Baptiste to the moon right there, but Prince Wada's going to locate it. Ends up getting a little bit staggered out here as the rest of the FanShot team kind of picks up Matt's slack a little bit right there.
Hostile looks like he will make it out with the mech, and St. Clair does have 3 very juicy looking ultimates coming online for this next fight. FanShot's not going to have much. Acrio can do a lot with that Valk to get him out of trouble, but I'm not quite sure it's going to be enough against the high noon window feed that St. Clair is holding.
Yeah, we're onto the Bastion Soldier. That is a very interesting look here. Switching off your dive DPS, and it's getting taken out very quickly. Huge shatter right onto the cart, finding 2 tanks and a Lucio. Not quite able to finish up on anything while Trev gets rezzed back up on the high ground.
Magic Otter not able to stay alive through that onslaught of damage, but then again, neither is Imp, Apostle, or Commanda, as Trev was up on that high ground catwalk for far too long, and Fanshaw may not let go of the second point, even though St. Clair started this fight 6 versus 3.
Yeah, and Matt just owning these high grounds right now, showing he can do it on more than one character. Soldier, not the easiest of all time to play too. Doesn't get as much burst potential, but if you hit all of those rockets, Matt's gonna look like an all-star, and these high grounds, you can just run all over him and just control him as Soldier. And Trev, just kind of hanging out on Bastion here, got a mercy res halfway through that fight, and was able to get another pick or two to swing that back in Fanshaw's favor.
Now Fanshaw again just goes right back up to the high ground, just playing their strats. They've got the Bastion, they've got the Soldier. They can do some pretty simple rotations to outmove this St. Clair team. They do have Imp on the Lucio to speed him in, but I don't think they're going to get there fast enough to capitalize on the Blizzard, but maybe for the Shatter, Prince Wada lays it down. Tail combos it with 3.
That's a big combo play right there. Prince Wada coming off the top rope and just lays him out. As you said, gets comboed. Now they're trying to finally dislodge Matt from this high ground. He is movement. They just can't get him. And he's going to get the mech onto Apostle. Matt never says die here, Yelk. He just never gives up. And it's, as we've said, just the absolute reason why Fanshaw looks so dominant so often.
We had a really good look there at
Oh
how
my.
terrible it would be to try and shoot at Matt when he's got movement like that. Now going in with the nano visor, has found 3 so far, make it 4 for Matt. And that is an easy team kill for Fanshaw. They're gonna set Matt up on this flank again.
Wow. Yeah, he just got right to the corner. E5 wastes no time, straps the nano boost onto him. You know they're talking up there, and gives him just that nano visor in the backline. Nobody saw it coming. Because even if it's a visor, you think you can eat it, you can shield it, but when it's nanoed, it just does too much work too fast.
And this is how the best team at Champions Division chooses to hold this first bit of the third point, but Acrio will get caught on the transfer.
Oh my.
Shatter lays down 4 on the floor. Magic Hunter pays through, and Amplified's available with that. Cleans up the Diva mech as well. Sends a Firestorm through, but finds nothing with that. It doesn't matter. The rest of Fanshaw has done enough damage, and that's going to be Hale and Commander going down last. Let's see how Fanshaw set up this time.
I mean, they could do it again. It doesn't look like they're going to, probably assuming that St. Clair is going to finally sniff it out this time. It's such a weird fight to take. I guess they're more of attackers, Yelp. They like to take the attacker side, you know, give themselves the aggression, but here comes the Diva Bomb into the back line. Finds E-Fire right there, but a grab coming out, comboed with the high noons. Gonna find 3 right there. Fanshaw looking to take another fight in their favor.
It seems like Fanshaw just used their DPS ultimates in such a responsive way. We're seeing a shatter from Prince Wada now. That should clean up the tanks. And now with no frontline left standing, let's see how good these DPS really are. Matt is running for the hills, but he's going to have a nano visor to set up again.
Yeah, that is going to be deadly. I mean, they might even give him a window. It's last fight here, Yelk. And I don't want to see what kind of damage that could possibly do. It's going to be very scary. Both are going to be online. Magic Otter coming up on that shatter as well.
Matt flanks off to the left side. Prince Wada moves into his left as well. Apostle able to take down Efi. Nano no longer online for the visor. Trev does find Imp. There's no beat drop left for St. Clair. The visor finally coming in, and there's nothing to counter, but Matt is quickly dealt with that Prince Wada. Magic Otter lays down a last-ditch Earth Shatter, but it's not enough, and a nice flick shot from Kale sits down Acrio, and St. Clair is narrowly able to finish off Hollywood right at the start of overtime.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, for an underdog team, getting 3 points on Hollywood is very, very difficult, and that is exactly what you have to do if you want to come in here and take a map off of Fanshaw. They could easily come in here and take this map away, easily, but they gotta shut them down.
There's a whole number of defenses they could run here maybe to shut down Matt on the Echo, but he's already proven in this game that he's not going to one-trick that hero, getting time on Soldier as well. So they got to come out with kind of an all-answers defense and hope for a very solid hold on first.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be a bit flexible here. They're gonna go with the very standard rush, it looks like, for the defense. And that could be a mistake here, but Kale and Baleable both found Matt and forced him to switch off. So if they can force him to do that again and they get to hold the defensive positioning that they choose to, who knows, maybe Matt's not able to find what he can, but this team knows that they need to pocket Matt. That's one thing that this Fanshot team does differently than most double bubbles. Most double bubbles run on a Brig to kind of help your Ana stay alive, but EFI seems strong enough in their own right to keep themselves up, and then they know that they just want to double down on what Matt can do. He could get the Brig healing, but the damage boost onto Matt is just too devastating.
Yeah, that Mercy pocket from either Accio or Efi, whoever is on it at the given time, does just make Matt 30% better. So that's pretty insane considering how good he already seems to be. Now we see them moving in, just getting angles on this coffee shop. Matt able to just rain the beginning round of his cooldowns in on what's lingering there on the staircase. Now it looks like Magic Otter has already closed the distance, and just like that, St. Clair find themselves stuck. Now they've got to work their way and crawl out of this front door of this coffee house, and right now it is a Thunderdome. You do not want to set foot in there. Magic Otter just bouncing all around it. Looks like Prince Wada breaks out just briefly to get his foot on the point, but now 2 ticks taken for Fanshon. They don't look like they're letting go. St. Clair does break out for some sort of contest, but there's no target found. Trying to close in on Magic Otter, but just by zoning back, he's able to stay alive. Matt's pin, and Matt gets connected by a pin rather, and his copy is quickly dealt with. They weren't going to be ready for that ultimate, but in fact they were. Prince Wada found the kill, but Magic Otter bouncing around the point like a funhouse, finds 3 with the Primal Rage.
Yeah, Magic Monkey right there did a great job just playing slow. I've been enjoying watching these monkeys just play so slow. They don't have to engage in, they don't have to do anything super creative. They just kind of have to walk in, take the space. But what got the 2 ticks off the bat right there was EFI hitting a huge nade onto 2 people, but the main one was Prince Wada forcing them to give up 2 ticks. Oh, and grab Eaton right there. Apostle, that's his second ultimate Eaton of the night right now here, Yelk.
Hostile always has been fantastic on this D.Va pick, and we're seeing why, but we're also just seeing this Fanshot team aggressing fully, seeing just how much they can get away with. And I wouldn't even say they're memeing. I think they're being very tactical in how they're choosing to just assault not even vulnerable looking targets. Like Kale, when he just got killed by Matt right there, Kale was inside of 6 people on St. Clair, still managed to get taken down. Now St. Clair transitions to this high ground as they try to deal with Moon.
Yeah, and the fight's already broken out. 2 picks are going to go to the side of Fanshon. Matt's swinging on the high ground. He's clearing it out, lays down the shatter, finds absolutely nobody, but it looks cool. Either way, looks like the fight is going to go to the side of Fanshon here, but EFI gonna have that nano boost online. Magic Otter gonna have the Primal Rage, and it could finish this point right off for him.
It could, and it hopefully should. Magic Otter making a lot of space out there with a Primal Rage, and he finds kills with those as well. I believe he did have the nano boost from Efi that time around, but regardless, this is a Winston that does a ton of damage. Not usually what you're thinking of when you think of Winston in double bubble, but once he does get that nano, and we talked a little bit earlier in our interview after that Boise State game, the nano onto Winston is crucial in this comp, building it up and sending it pretty much on cooldown. And Fenshaw is really able to get that done at a pretty good speed.
Absolutely here. But look at all these ultimates on the defense for St. Clair. The key is going to have to be they can't use all of them. They need to just use a couple to get this fight win. If they can start getting a fight win here, this is where their brawl is going to start looking much better. Baleable finds Trev, and that's a fantastic start.
That is, and they are not waiting at all to go down from that high ground. Efi is taken down quickly as Kale connects with the flash, coupled with all of the rest of his team doing tons of damage, but it does look like St. Clair will be able to hold this. I would love to see him just go right back up to that high ground again. It worked last fight, just keep engaging from there. Instead, it seems like they're going to choose to engage from this low ground by the Mega Health Pack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good little spot. They only have to invest the May freeze right there. That is huge for their ult economy, not blowing every single ult.
Wada goes down early. Beat drop from him. That's going to keep St. Clair alive through this, and Kale will get off the high noon because of it. And just like that, this defense still doesn't look like they're giving up. Matt does send in a very late copy, but the mech is taken care of, and he's not able to remech as well. Now just using his cooldowns to try and make quick work of these squishies, but they manage to all get healing and get away. Apostle, however, does overstep inbounds and dives up in the front of the choke.
That's Wada wanted that Mercy bad right there. Lays the shatter down, gonna find the one that they need. Primal gonna try to get this fight going. This is a scrappy fight here, yo. Not entirely sure who's winning or losing. It seems rather even. Closer spawns are on the side of Fanshawe. If they can come back and play this slow, they might be able to out-resource them, but Efi goes down, Grab coming out early. They're gonna go right into this thing, and Moon's gonna find Imp right away, trying to find some more of this damage. Gotta get rid of this immortality field here. Ryan falling rather low. Now all the picks are coming through for Fanshawe. Magic Otter cuts right through that with the laser beam, and the damage boost from the Mercy to finish it off.
And just as their win condition is set at capping this point with over a minute, they've got 2:45 on the clock. It looks very doable. Matt will end this round with the copy. Efi has that nano boost as well. It looks like the St. Clair tanks are making their way out to contest. The Blizzard gets thrown in. Fanshawe won't be touching this point anytime soon. Acrio and Moon go down awfully early. And St. Clair posturing for a good chance at a hold. Kale popping the high noon just to make sure that Matt is no longer in this fight, and he's able to find that final blow as well.
Yeah, but Matt, he's gonna have his famous copy here, and no ults on the side of St. Clair. As I said, Imp's gonna get his ultimate. Sometimes I miss those, but that's actually gonna be exactly what they need. They need this beat drop. If they can win one more minute of this fight, they need to get Fanshawe under a minute to ensure that they get another attack on this Hollywood objective.
Yeah, not only is it up to Imp here to bail them out with that beat drop if Matt uses this copy and finds some value, but St. Clair is going to have to make a play off the back of that ultimate as well. It's going to be a very short window of time to get things done. Commander goes down, and now more than ever, they are relying on this beat drop. Copy goes in onto the Reinhardt. Matt already has the Shadow. 360 slam, finds absolute air. Matt not done though. He's got 75 all charges to the next one. Can he get another Shadow? Not in time. The focusing beam is there to take down Available. Kale and Apostle fall as well. And Fanshawe posturing to finish off Hollywood with over a minute. And that would certainly set their win condition at just a tick. Fanshawe can definitely roll on and make easy work of that, but they've got to clear everyone in the next 15 seconds.
Trying to do it slowly. Doomfist is going to come out here. Good contester. Going to get taken out early. Diva's now onto the point with the Tracer. Going to have to get both of these 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Another all-eaten hostile. And they gave it.
He's so disgusting at Diva. That is a massive stall. Eats the pulse bomb, and now St. Clair actually have a chance at winning this game still. And with the time that Fanshawe was putting up, it did not seem like that was going to be the case at this point in the map.
Absolutely not here, Yelk. That was unbelievable. Just barely pulling that one off on the recontest to ensure that they get their 1 minute to attack. They're going to be going up against about 2 minutes on the side of Fanshawe once they get their attack. But either way, overtime, anything can happen. You just go in there, you get the point quickly, and you get a nice little hold. Easily can take this map away from Fanshawe, and then we're going to be at 1-1 here.
Yeah, St. Clair would love to steal this map. We were saying in the pregame that this was a Fanshawe favorite, especially with that double bubble that they like to run. This is them at their best, most likely, here on Hollywood. So if St. Clair get this, they're in this series. This is a 1-3. This is a long match. Teams aren't usually used to this. You can sometimes just get away with a quick 2-0 when you've already thought that you have the win. That's not the case in the playoffs. St. Clair could be in this for the long haul and just shock all of us, because you and I were in the same boat, right? Fanshawe 3-0 at the start of this one. It's looking like St. Clair can compete.
I didn't really give a prediction, but it is kind of what you would expect from this Fanshawe team. They've only dropped a map, you know. And when you only drop one map in the season, you do expect perfection, especially in the playoffs when it counts the most. But either way, same defense is going to be coming out here from Fanshawe, but a different attack from St. Clair. They're going to be coming out with the Pharah, not the Sim-Bastion. I love the Sim-Bastion play. It just didn't pan out exactly as they want. That's a huge boop right there. They might be able to take this Moon out. That's a huge pick, yo.
That is massive. Prince Wada with the pin from Spawn, but Matt is already mixing it up in the backline. Gets the immortality field out from Commando. Knows he has to deal with Bailable as well. It's going to be a battle of the birds up in the sky. Which one is going to be better, Matt on the Echo or Bailable on the far? Right now, Matt is sitting at 64% to copy. We've been spectating Bailable the whole time as he loses the duel. Matt was not even on his screen.
No.
And Bailable sitting at 13%. This is just DPS diff. No offense to anyone. Matt's just bad nuts.
I mean, he is an absolute aerial assassin. He's like, oh, finally, someone's playing on my level. I don't even have to go down to the enemy team to get anybody. I just got to go right up to you and take it to you. This is looking to posture up for a full hold right here, ensuring that St. Clair can't get a map win out of this. Maybe a tie, though. But again, I don't want to Caster's Curse nothing.
I'm so impressed with Trev's aim as we've been spectating. Lands the stick onto the main tank. Prince Wada sent back to Spawn, by the way of that ultimate. And that's going to be Fanshawe successful in the full hold. Now they've got to take a tick to set themselves up for match point.
Yeah, absolutely. One tick. They don't seem to have too much of a problem with it, especially when Matt's going to be doing that much work. It just seems like they're going to pull it off. He's going to get a copy. He might get 2 copies. And when you have to fend off a Matt copy, it's rather dangerous. Now, on the side of St. Clair, when you look at Matt's copies, you go, he doesn't hit anything with Shatter. He's not a Ryan player. He likes to go for the 360.
Straight meme with the Shatters.
Yeah, he's letting them fly. Let's put it that way. But you say they're memeing, right? And I agree. I think the Shatters are a bit memey. But I don't think Fanshawe as a team is memeing at all right now. They're playing as hard as they can because they have to. They gave up 3 points. And it's because they picked that Soldier Bastion on the defense. Maybe that was a bit of a meme, a little bit of disrespect. And St. Clair's not a bad team.
They played that comp seriously, though. Like, they were setting up on the high ground the right way the whole time, doing everything right. Just on a little bit of a strange comp. But I think they can make that work. It is just a shock anytime you don't see Trevor Matt on Tracer Echo, because we've spectated them almost all game. Trev's aim on Tracer is insane, and Matt speaks for himself at this point.
Yeah, Matt does speak for himself. But yeah, Trev, I mean, we say Matt all night, but Trev has been amazing, of course. I mean, again, as you said, we spectated him a bit. That aim is unbelievable and undeniable. But going for the little close, a little explosion out here. Gonna find Magic Otter. St. Clair looking good with these early tank picks in these fights, but let's see if they can get another minute off here. It's gonna get at least 30 seconds out. Kale even gonna find Matt.
Wow. I'm loving this St. Clair team, how they're playing right now. This 4 seed prepared for this game. They came up with expectations to win it, and they take down Matt again. This is insane. St. Clair is looking like a completely different team, very composed on this first defense of Hollywood.
Yeah, very composed, but Prince Wada is going to go down. Trev's going to find Commanda, and now there's a lot of space opened up, and the spawns are long here for St. Clair. Fanshawe might be able to get a pretty quick battle. Losing Magic Otter that late might ensure that they can't get that early man down fight now.
Yeah, that is going to reset the clock on this attack, and you know, maybe Trev can stick a pulse bomb. He's done it pretty much all game. I think he could give Fanshawe the window they need to take this point. A lot does lie on that Tracer Bomb for now. Matt almost does have that copy as well. So these damage dealers for Fanshawe are looking to make the play that wins the map and does set up that win condition. The Brawl does engage. Blizzard comes loose from Bailable. That's going to zone out the front line, but that's not where the focus is. Fanshawe goes deep into the back line. Trev does land the Pulse Bomb onto Kale, but Magic Otter oversteps his bounds into the coffee house. But it doesn't seem to matter as Fanshawe claw their way back. Currently, a 2 versus 4 for Fanshawe. They've got Prince Wada, Magic Otter back in the mix. And that is just the deal sealed. The Nano onto the Winston. That's all you're going to need if you're Fanshawe.
That is all you're going to need. They're just going to have to primal this. Oh, they're just going to sleep him up and boop him away. That Kree is never going to make it to the objective. But 2-0 here for Fanshawe. Looking pretty dominant, but can't say that was the most dominant performance all the way through. They played it well. You expected them to kind of take that win, but it wasn't as convincing as I think they would have liked it to be.
No, it definitely wasn't. I think they wish they did better, especially on Hollywood, a map that they just run the league with. But here, play of the game, we just see Matt on a hero that's not Echo, but still also Echo.
But
McCree.
echoey.
Yeah, McCree doing a ton of work, staying on the high ground the entire time. Didn't jump down early, found a couple of kills there, but That is hybrid. That is Fanshawe going up ahead 2-0. We're going to jump to a quick ad break, but we'll be back in just a few minutes.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
And we're back with Fanshawe versus St. Clair. It's 2-0 right now for Fanshawe, looking pretty dominant here. Yelk, anything that you're expecting to see going into Temple of Anubis?
Oh, well, it's obvious what I'm expecting to see, Neely. I'm expecting to see Matt on the Echo, Trev on the Tracer, Magic Otter on the Winston, Fanshawe not changing a thing. St. Clair is the team that needs to pull out some pretty unexpected stuff and find a way to deal with just the arsenal of weapons that Fanshawe has had in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, I mean, another good double bubble map, and I mean, Fanshawe is so good at running that comp. When you attack the first point, it's going to be a great look. But the problem is once you get to that second point, Brawl does look a lot better. Your Junkrat picks look great all over this map. I don't know if Fanshawe has somebody that's going to pick that character on defense or if they run a double barrier. This map's very interesting, but something that you talked about earlier is that you love it because it's one of the most strategized first points in Overwatch, and I would absolutely agree. I just hate second point, personally.
Yeah, second point.
It's CCP.
This point, very fun. A lot of room to fly if you're Matt. A lot of places you can go for Tracer as well. The high grounds on this map pretty much made for her to navigate, and you can really take some aggressive positioning with Winston dive comps as well. Trev might play this Widowmaker. I would expect to see this pick. He is the hit scan specialist on this team, and yeah, first point, Anubis. This is a map where you can rotate that Widowmaker around, do some pretty crazy things. We are seeing a different hero from Matt, and they are on defense, so this is no lie. He's on the Doomfist to start off.
And Magic Otter is not on Sigma Yelk. We're getting some Roadhog, and we're getting it from the team that's winning so far. So if we're gonna get to see some Roadhog success today, it's gonna be right now. I'm thrilled, absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, and this is freshly buffed final boss Roadhog, the one that does 6.6 damage per pellet, not just 6 anymore. So I think that's like an added 50 damage to his shot, every single shot. So he'll be able to one-hit bailable if he lands that hook, no problem. Not able to hit that first hook combo though, but that's okay, as they should get that back in just a few seconds.
Yeah, Nade finds a couple. They're gonna have to just hang out. They're just gonna chill out, wait for everyone to get transitioned in here. Just kind of hanging out right now. Oh, they're waiting for the Winston. Oh, this is an interesting. I didn't even notice this little.
Oh my God, the Maywall to get them up, and now Prince Wada point blank on Moon's doorstep. Hits him with the Fire Strike. Bailable has fallen. It's got to be the DPS from Headshot finding some clutch picks, because that was an all-out attack effort. That rotation was crazy. Kale really helping out Bailable as well with that Maywall. But still, just dealt with by Fanshawe. They're just spaced out too far. Moon was really the target they wanted them to focus, because you can just fortify and stay there forever.
Yeah, I mean, some teams just come out here and throw straight gas all night, 90 right down the middle of the pipe. That was a knuckle curve if I've ever seen one right there. I've never seen that play. They just get everybody. They've done that just in customs against nobody at least 10 times in a row to make sure they can do it quickly.
Yeah, that is practice. That is a route that they run. I mean, that is in the playbook. Somebody probably had to make the call for that. Matt does find a kill on the entry again onto Commanda. Trev pops the Widowmaker visor, so there's going to be no surprises from St. Clair this time, but they will have pretty good positioning up on this high ground, although pushing the spawns is Magic Otter. Oh, this Roadhog.
Yeah, he's pushing in, and I believe Commanda is the one caught back there. They're going to have to go back to make sure he can get through. Otherwise, Magic Otter's going to tear him up. They will peel back, and now they're going to deal with Magic Otter way out of position. Roadhog, not invincible.
Not invincible, definitely not, but they've still got a lot of ground to cover. Trev is up on that perch, able to find that headshot onto him, and Commanda! No support left, but the Shatter does land. They're not able to get that kill onto Efi, though the Ana does stay alive. Nano's the Doomfist, in fact, but it's just going to be Matt chasing after targets that Trev is too busy shooting before he gets there.
You gotta love this Widow pick on Temple of Anubis. So many little places to go, tiny little angles you can take. You can rotate from top right to top left. And the thing is it takes a brawl like this so long to get to the point. Widow has plenty of time to get those cooldowns and move around. Little 3 versus 1 right here. Matt's gonna take it handily over Bailable. Hits him with the slap.
And Magic Otter keeps everyone back with that whole hog. Lands the hook here onto Commanda, and it's just Fanshawe. Fight after fight. They've seemed to got an answer for everything that St. Clair is throwing at them so far. Matt is sitting on the ultimate, as well as Trev his. And it's going to be up to St. Clair to get a quick rotation, although I think we've already seen their best with that Maywall attempt. Now it's just Fanshawe stepping up. Trev up on the high ground perch, holding these spawns. Matt coming in from the top turnbuckle, but he's unable to find anything. And Bailable has given St. Clair a window, but Trev and Matt quickly closed.
Dude, Matt, you know Matt and Trev were talking right there. Trev was calling out all the body shots he hit, and Matt was trying to play action every single one of them, and he actually was able to pull it off even through an immortality field. This defense Talk about strategized here, Yelk. This is scientific at this point.
Yeah, it seriously is. You can't get away with spawn kills in 2CP, but somehow Fanshawe has done it. Now Trev is falling back to a very tough spot to engage to if you are the attackers. They're going to make their way into the point. Apostle will find a kill with that bomb. Tail rolls in now, able to 2-tap down Eepy, and they've got 4 kills. Matt not able to carry the team through this one, and it doesn't look like Trev will be able to either. And St. Clair finally succeed in capturing this first point.
Yeah, they will finally succeed. Doing it great right there. They popped 2 zoning ults, and Moon just had nowhere left to run or hide. He gets out of the line of sight of the McCree ultimate, and then Diva Bomb just plops right on top of his head. Prince Wada, though, is going to have the Earth Shatter. All you got to do is break this Orisa barrier, and it's wide open. The problem is that nobody is touching the ground on this Fanshawe team.
No, they are not going to. Matt will engage from this high ground perch every single fight, and he really doesn't care if he goes down like that. He gets back in the mix very quickly, and he is on that pick. That can really swing these fights back once he comes out of spawn, but the window powers up everybody on St. Clair, but Amanda not able to stay alive behind it as Trev hits a headshot. They get 2 headshots. That one on the kill, and the body shot, finishing off Prince Wada, still up in the crow's nest, not letting go. The baby Diva will not live through that sniper shot.
Yeah, but a lot of ultimates are going to be used from Fanshawe. They're only going to have the sights and the Doomfist ult. Doomfist ult can be enough to win a fight, especially if you get that immortality field out. And only a pulse bomb on the side of St. Clair. Bailable is going to have to find that onto one of the supports here to try to open this thing up, because Orisa is not a great stick target like some other tanks. Fortify is just too good.
On my sight.
And that can be looking to combo that Doomfist ultimate with a halt from Moon, as you might have mentioned. He does go down early. He seems to be favoring the direction of the spawn for St. Clair. Magic Otter as well, just on a one-man journey, but he will be dealt with by Bailable. Still, though, this does leave St. Clair without one piece. It's going to be tricky to engage on this point without that Baptiste.
Yeah, absolutely. Matt still has that ultimate, which is great for any engaged. Doomfist can go in, blow all 3 cooldowns, and pop that ultimate, use it, get a bunch of shields, and then use them again. It's very hard to deal with this combo puncher character.
Going around the left side is St. Clair, and they finally kicked Trev off of that crow's nest. There is no resurrect on the side for Fanshawe, so we should see St. Clair finally sticking in this fight for the long term. A Fire Strike takes down Matt. Eepy getting closed in on now by Bailable and Apostle, and dealt with by the off-take of St. Clair. Prince Wada Fire Strikes down another, and St. Clair do capture 2 ticks of this point, trying to get the full percentage with time on the clock. High Noon popped by Kale, trying to let Fanshawe know what time it is. Window to boot. He's not able to find any kills with that. The beat drop from him, keeping everyone alive. Nearly, they've got to finish this off in the next 23 seconds.
And they want to get it with a little bit of time so that they do secure another chance to attack, but it's ticking down slowly. They are getting these picks, but these feathering contests are looking so great. Shatter comes up empty, not quite able to pick it up, but 10 seconds on the clock. They need to clear these characters off. Matt taken care of very quickly, and they will do it with 5.9.
Well, they were in dire straits for sure. Right there, 5.9 on the clock. That's not a radio station. That is not a bad test score. That is the brink of season extinction, as we are on a third of best of 3. Fanshawe currently up 2-0. They almost had themselves a win condition on the back of a great defense, but in the end, they're going to have to bring this one into overtime if Fanshawe look to win in map 3.
Yeah, but the thing with this map is everything that Fanshawe does, it plays right into their playstyle on attack. They could even probably force the double bubble on point too. It's not necessarily bad, it's just not as strong. Ryan can look a little bit better on that objective. Even poke comps, any kind of brawly stuff. I mean, Doomfist, as we saw, looked fantastic. Trev really just making this Widow work well right now. He's been playing Tracer all night, but he is lights out on this Widowmaker right now.
Yeah, I was not surprised at all to see him pick that hero, but I was still surprised by that performance. That was exceptional. Doesn't matter what hit scan player you are. You're filling up kill feeds, looking like 3 pieces fight after fight, and then Matt on the Doomfist too. That's not the easiest hero to combo with the damage dealt by a Widowmaker, but Matt was just skirting around everywhere. We've talked about his movement all match long. He seems to be everywhere at once, and that last round was a perfect display of what we were talking about.
100%. But Bailable up to the task here. Gonna put the Widowmaker on and take this defensive duel. He knows if Trev's gonna run Widow on defense, he's gonna run it on attack, and he absolutely will.
Well,
oh my, well.
Pack your bags, Bailable. You might not want to take this duel. Now it should be Fanshawe making their way pretty easily into this point. Apostle does contest Trev, but he's able to sense it coming and gets out of that mix before it gets too dangerous. Moon now steps in, gets stunned briefly, but it looks like the support is there from Efi and Acrio, and now Fanshawe step right onto this point. There's still no victor of this fight as St. Clair looks to bunker up in the back, but the window comes through. Moon dealing with very low HP, goes for a gutsy pin, and he will fall for it. Meantime, Kalen, Priswada, Commander, Apostle, they've all gone down as well. Acrio with a very good window to power up Fanshawe. Confirmed kill after kill.
Yeah, Creo kind of carrying that one there. Yeah, Matt's in the feed. Trev's getting shots off, but that window is honestly gigantic. They lose Moon, but it doesn't even matter. That window does way too much damage, and Creo is doing the most through it. But going into this next fight, we're going to have a high noon on the defense. A lot of ults here for St. Clair. That fight wasn't all but lost. They built up almost all of their ultimates, and they're going to be able to use them, and it's, you know, to get some percentage off this.
And Bailable has to be very careful of Trev's sightlines now on the Echo. Usually a very hittable target for a Widowmaker, but he's able to sneak in a kill onto Moon in the Shatter. No shield left up to block that one. Prince Wada connecting on the 4, and they will follow up on these kills.
You love when a Shatter is able to win a team fight on its own. Everyone else gets to save all of their ultimates. It's a great way to have some good ult economy, and it's all on your Rhine, just being a big time Chad right there. Prince Wada just waits out the shield and just lays it down, but now Bomb is going to be the only tank ult on the side of St. Clair here, but Fanshawe has everything but the Hind Dude, and I bet they're looking to use absolutely all of them here, Yelk.
You know, Neely, I would not even be surprised to see a high noon from Trev this fight. This guy does not seem to miss many shots. He's warmed up on the Widowmaker. Magic Otter goes down early, but Fanshawe will commit to this fight heavily. Already popping the rally and the blizzard. They've got to stay alive through this Diva Bomb. They send in the window as well, but Acrio will go down as well as their Mortality Field. Fighting out of the backside corner. Still is Fanshawe not giving up on this yet, but the pin connects from Prince Wada, and they manage to take down Efi. Prince Wada, though, not able to stay alive long after connecting that pin, and will go down inside of that dark room. Fanshawe not giving up yet as Matt finds a kill on the exit, but the spawn should reset in plenty of time for St. Clair.
And again, tons of ults here for St. Clair. They're not having to use every single ult to win a fight, which is obviously what Fanshawe has forced them to do in the past. Their ult economy is looking fantastic right now here from St. Clair, and Fanshawe just used everything. They've built up another May Freeze very quickly. Matt already at 67, he just laid that thing down. And Magic Otter wasn't even in that last fight. He kind of got caught out early. But going into this fight, probably going to take a bit of a dry fight here for a little bit of poking, see if they can build some ults, and then go in and use them here.
It shouldn't be easy. Whole Hog is not usually the attacker's answer to get this done. The Maywall will deny some of the value from that Baptiste window from Panda, but still, it's going to be up to more than just that. Available now. Pops the copy and the Whole Hog out of the copy. And now has full health back in the mix on Echo with the cooldowns, but it has to run away as Trev looks very threatening on the McCree in the corner. Takes down Bailable with the help of Moon, and Fanshawe still bunkered up in this corner. Might find another kill or two on the exit if St. Clair's not too careful, but the counter pin is a very wise move there to take care of Moon.
Yeah, those are some pretty big staggers. They kind of just held up in that room. Even though they had already lost a couple, there was no way they were going to win a 2CP fight from right there. They kind of just stay there, and then Prince Wada's just going to move in and clean all those kills up. And once again, I've been keying into it after every fight. The ultimates on St. Clair, they're just not forced to use these things. I don't even know if they've used one of these beat drops. They haven't been in that much of dire straits to even pop the beat drop. But either way, Matt's got another May Freeze, and Apostle is looking hungry, and he wants to eat it.
The beat drop comes out now from Imp as they look to make a play aggressively with it, but walled up is Prince Wada. Matt blocked that Shatter with nothing but the height of a Maywall. And then Magic Otter steps into a Shatter of their own, taking down Commander, who's been an early pick in a lot of these fights. But St. Clair not out of this one yet. They don't care that they don't have a backline. Kale is not done as he finds the high noon kill on the mat, and that should be all problems dealt with for St. Clair.
Yeah, and this is why so many people and so many teams dislike 2CP, because Fanshawe, dominant looking team through 2, but they're having a lot of trouble pushing into this St. Clair team. But this is the first time St. Clair hasn't had 3 alts online. They're gonna have 2 coming up, but every other alt is very, very far away. But all you're really gonna need is this window and this copy. Matt still hanging on to the Mayfreeze.
It's awfully tough to find a time to throw that when Apostle has gobbled up a few ultimates this game. Sending the duplicate onto the Reinhardt is available, pinning in from the back line through the blizzard, finds Matt, and Matt through the blizzard. You just saw Available deny that May ultimate with that pin from out of town. And that's going to be St. Clair staying stable on this second point.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. I mean, obviously not going for the alt cancellation, gonna find it anyway, just cuts through the entire team with a pin. And now under a minute, Fanshawe needs to find their own foothold here, but they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing to push in with, and they're gonna have to push back through basically into a high noon.
They've switched up their tank line. They've got Magic Otter back on the Reinhardt where he belongs. Moon onto the Zarya. Matt on the Doomfist as well. So they are taking this second point Anubis like it's the Thunderdome. Look for Matt to get active here. It's going to be up to Kale and Apostle to deny this attempt with their ultimates.
They're going to have to try. Fight's kind of breaking out. Nothing's really happened. Immortality taken out by Magic Otter, and Trev is going to find Available early. Beat gonna come out to deny some space. Bomb finds nothing. Shatter finds absolutely everybody. And now Fanshawe is storming the Kale finds 2 to try to swing this back. It is winnable for St. Clair. They're just gonna have to speed back on out here, and they will do just that with the Tracer.
Still looking tough. Those overtime ticks away. That is it, and there's just a 5-second difference in our time banks. And wouldn't you know it, St. Clair has the better one, but Fanshawe looked like they slapped on a very serious comp for their team, and they were able to take that with the first fight on that comp. So that's pretty impressive considering that Moon was on Reinhardt. They switch over to Magic Otter. Off-rolling a little bit on the Reinhardt and the Roadhog. They fix that, and suddenly it doesn't look like there's any cracks in the armor.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen of 2 different divisions now. Our Gladiators and our Champions both play Roadhog. One team that played Roadhog was the team that was already down 0-2, trying to pull it out and still found no success with it. And we really aren't seeing a lot of success out of this Roadhog pick from Fanshawe, and Fanshawe has looked pretty dominant. And I think it's a proving point for St. Clair as well. Fanshawe can't come out here and meme on them. There's no ounce of, oh, we can come out here and meme and just roll them anyway, because they almost didn't even win the chance. Yeah, they wouldn't even win the game. They wouldn't even take a map if they were memeing the whole time. Fanshawe does have to come out here and play, and that's what we all 100% want to see.
Yeah, St. Clair, they want to get this one to payload. They want to keep their season alive. This is, of course, the semifinals. This is to punch the ticket to the big dance. Yeah. And St. Clair doesn't want to see their season end just yet. They're going to slap on the Echo. Available was seeming to make that pick work. One of the better plays in the NECC season, I might say, was that copy Ryan canceling Matt's Blizzard. That's a very short animation to actually deny with a Reinhardt pin, and he was miles away when he sent it.
Yeah. He was a shout away, I guess you could say. He was far, but he found absolutely what he needed to. Now just taking this fight like you normally would with the brawl, just taking the left side. Nobody's opting to play Junkrat, which is blowing my mind. Kale finds Matt like he has a few times here today. Pin gonna lock up Prince Water, but Akrio's also gonna go down to Available, so main tank down of Prince Water for the defense, but the attack is not going to have the DPS they need. But Trev gonna find Kale now. The close spawns for Fanshawe could prove to be fruitful.
How did I not know Trev was on Widowmaker, and he's already sitting at 92% alt charge up on this high ground perch, has a perfect sightline over the point, and Fanshawe closes in. Panda cannot poke around that high ground corner like that. Trev will make quick work of her. Now challenged by the Diva Apostle, but it seems like Fanshawe have already locked up enough kills and take this first point.
Absolutely locked up enough kills, and Magic Otter is gonna have this Earth Shatter. Moon may even get a Graviton Surge early in this fight. He's got some charge and he might be able to get it quickly. If they can, they could take this in a storm and make it 4-2 very quickly, making their first attack seem odd that they couldn't take it it took them 5 minutes to get it the first time, but they're gonna have to do it in 18 right now here, Yelk.
Yeah, they were certainly playing with their food on that first attack, but they realized that they couldn't eat the meal if they kept doing it. Now onto a very serious comp, and with a handful of ultimates, they storm into the second point indeed. Held back by that window from Commander, which could just win this for the St. Clair defense, but the copy does go on to the McCree. You should see one, maybe two high news coming through. Magic Otter res back in, lays down a slam, but it does not find anyone. Instead, it counters everything out on the pitch with a beat drop. The tank ultimates are online for St. Clair, looking to save it.
Attempting to save it, Prince Wada's gonna find Matt right there. Not your normal customer to pick up the flying character, but the hammer is gonna get it done, and St. Clair's gonna get it done. It looks like Shatter coming out. No, that was just behind me, and that was Prince Wada having a little fun on the empty point. I think somebody had a bug on him.
Someone probably did have a bug on him. That's probably what that Shatter was for. Got to get that off. St. Clair, they've got a chance. That was a good hold on the defense. Fan Shaw had the alt charge and the alt economy to go right onto that second point and take it. But Commando, who has looked shaky, to say the least, in this game, has been the first pick in a lot of fights. Maybe had one of the biggest plays on Anubis so far with that Baptiste Matrix.
Yeah.
That amplified enough damage to shut down the push from Magic Otter and kind of deny Fan Shaw a second point.
Yeah, that's an absolute wake-up call when you're pushing in on Ryan, and then all of a sudden you got this window, and you're forced with this question of, do I push past the window that's a mile away, or do I fall back? And sometimes you don't even have an opportunity if the window is placed properly, because if you've already committed, there's no going forward or back. It's just going to be dying, and that was a perfectly placed window there by Commanda. No double bubble here, Yelk. I'm shocked.
I'm a little shocked too, especially to not see it from Fan Shaw.
Yeah, that's what I would have 100% expected them to do on their attack. I 100% get St. Clair not running it, but no double shield on defense. To me, it's very weird that none of these comps are getting run right now, especially when Fan Shaw is so good at that double bubble. But to be fair, we watched Boise State, the best team in NECC right now, and they didn't even run double bubble on this first point. I remember they ran a Reinhardt, if I'm remembering correctly.
One thing that's a little different about this game, though, is Trev on the Widowmaker making a difference. Hits that shot simultaneously as Magic Otter landed that Fire Strike, and that essentially one-hit him. A very unfortunate combo for them. Apostle goes in for a desperation play onto a dive on Trev, but will be dealt with by Trev and Efi and everyone else turning around on Fan Shaw.
You know, something you don't see from many teams, really any teams, is the Ana Baptiste. Not really what you'd consider a true support line. You don't have a main support necessarily. I guess Bap is going to be filling that role, but very interesting. They want the immortality field, though, instead of trying to charge up a beat drop.
And Imp will find one kill on the Moon right there. That is huge. That could actually buy them some room in onto this point, but Available can't stay in the skies as Matt able to hit the shots with the Peacekeeper to take him down. Onto the point now is the Lucio, but it's going to be too little too late. Matt had the high noon in the back pocket. That's going to take care of anything in his sight line. A late slam from the Wrecking Ball Apostle, and that is going to be it. That is going to be Fan Shaw, your undefeated Champions Division team, moving on to the final as they win Assault here today against St. Clair.
Yeah, that was still a pretty good game to watch, even though it was one-sided with the 3-0 here from Fan Shaw. St. Clair did not lay down and die. You could tell that they practiced all these comps, and they showed life on every single map, even when it looked like they were about to get full held. On this map, what looked like they weren't even going to get a tick on the first point, they did it in dire straits, and then were able to actually get a better time than Fan Shaw did. But either way, Fan Shaw, as you've already said, punching their ticket into the finals match, which will be happening next week.
We should be getting an interview to close out the stream here in just a few minutes, chat, so stick around for that. We'll be right back.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
Cam.
And we're back here. Should be getting an interview shortly with Trev, the Widowmaker god, the Tracer himself. Just gonna be waiting for him to get in here. But a great win so far, or punching their ticket right into the finals, is gonna be Fan Shaw. Not really sure what else to. You got any questions lined up for Trev here? I got a couple written down, that's for sure.
Definitely gonna ask how he's able to hit shots so late at night. I myself am tired and can hardly even click around on my computer screen right now. He's clicking just miniature pixels, just hitting dots out there on Widowmaker all around long on Anubis. Also gonna ask what it's like to play DPS alongside Matt, because they just had some insane coordination on any couple of heroes they played, but really had it rolling on the Widowmaker Doom combo. What about you?
Yeah, I just want to ask about. Well, he's here. I'll just say it once he punches his mic in.
Trevor, you with us? Nice.
Sure am.
Oh, doing good, man. How are you? Congratulations on the win, on your way to the finals.
Yes, thank you guys.
You're welcome. So you guys got an undefeated season so far. It seems like It's obviously a whole team effort, but every single time I've casted one of your games and all of my casting partners as well, we just hype up the DPS on this team more than pretty much any other team in the NECC, not just your division, but you and Matt specifically pop off every single game on high skill ceiling heroes like Widowmaker, like Doomfist. What's it like playing alongside that guy where you know he can follow up on your kills?
I think we have really great communication. Sometimes we don't even have to talk. We're always on the same page. But for Matt and I to do anything, we can't do it without our team. So we can't forget about them.
It's a good answer. I mean, Magic Otter a lot of the time is usually nanoed on a Winston right in the mix with you, especially in those big fights. So definitely a team effort. You can't make all that space yourself. Magic Otter, I mean, that guy loses a lot of HP so fast, but he definitely gets the window open for you two to get in there and make a play, get like 3 kills in a flash, and then get out. Neely, did you have any questions for Trev?
Yeah, I was just curious as to on Anubis, why would you guys maybe not go with a double bubble strat? You guys were so strong with that composition. You can easily set that up, but you go for the brawl, maybe even a little bit of hog that we were all questioning here in the booth. But what was the reasoning that you guys chose to run brawl on this first point attack?
I'm pretty sure we're all just confident in our own abilities. So anything that we play, we'll be able to play to a competent level against the other team. So when they said they didn't want to play double bubble, I completely trusted them, and I just played Widow, and Matt played Echo and Doomfist, and we won because as simple as that. I trust our team, and we got it done.
Once again, another good answer. Never forgetting about his team right here is Trev. Oh, it sounds like a good guy to have on your team. Yelk, you got another one for him.
I certainly do. Hollywood, I've always known as one of your best maps because you run that double bubble and you guys just cycle those Winston cooldowns with the Echo Fly. You're coming in on Tracer most of the time, but this was a totally different look and you found yourselves on Soldier and Bastion. Why'd you run the different comp? It was kind of looking like a significant threat from the high ground, but was it serious? Did you think it was better than your double bubble with the Echo Tracer?
So I don't know if you remember our last match, but we did in fact hold spawn with Bastion Soldier. So we wanted to repeat that.
Oh man, couldn't do it today. St. Clair wasn't quite asleep at the wheel.
No, I'm sure you might see more of that later, though.
Okay, good to know. We'll keep our eye out for it. We're always looking for you guys to have fun out there with your team comps and stuff in your games. Definitely a team I'm keeping an eye on for that. Neely, I'll toss it back to you for one more, and then we'll wrap up this stream here.
Yeah. Was St. Clair more of a challenge than you guys had anticipated them to be? Because even though it was a 3-0 here tonight, it got a little close. It seemed like you guys might have had a bit of a mean pick with the hog attacking on Anubis. I could be wrong. Maybe you scrimmed it. But it seemed like if you guys kind of weren't 100% on your game, you switched up some tank roles a little bit, you guys just didn't have the gas to do what you guys normally do. So ultimate question was St. Clair more of a challenge than you expected?
I'm not trying to offend anyone, but not really. At the end of the day, we dominated the first map, so I let the boys choose whatever they felt like picking, and in doing so, we don't reveal our strats for the finals if we're getting scouted.
Well, that's actually a really good strat. Yelk and I have talked about that a few times today about hiding strats in the regular season. Yelk, do you got anything else for our man Trev here?
No, Trev, you are free to go enjoy your win and your ticket to the finals. We will see you there. Congratulations once again.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, and that is going to do it here for us on Overwatch Saturdays as we're in playoffs. For the final stream of the night, I'm Yelkreb, he's Neely. Thank you to our great producer, Caleb, and our wonderful observer for the last few games, Caroline. You did a fantastic job tonight. What a team we got here. Chat, have a good night. We'll see you next week.